16th. The Chief Minister M.K. Stalin is expected to review the preparedness as far as the state is concerned. But a red alert is on for Chennai on the 16th, a yellow alert for today, an orange alert for Tuesday.
I come to you from the Elliott's Beach in Chennai. Hardly few people here in the context of the heavy to very heavy rainfall alert given by the Met Office. According to the Met forecast, there could be heavy rainfall today, very heavy rainfall tomorrow, and extremely heavy rainfall in Chennai and neighboring districts on the 16th, that's Wednesday. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin will hold yet another review meeting this morning. Already the state government has written to all collectors to take all precautionary steps, including evacuation if required in the event of extremely heavy rainfall. There is a cyclonic circulation over Bay of Bengal, because of which the Met Office says there could be a low pressure formed over the central parts of south of Bay of Bengal. And Karaikal, over the last 21 hours that ended at 5:30 this morning, has received 75 millimeters rain. And Tundi in Ramanathapuram received 50 millimeters and Coimbatore received 59 millimeters rain. Deputy Chief Minister Udayinidhi Stalin has said Chennai and Tamil Nadu are fully prepared. They anticipate 20 plus centimeters of rain during the coming days. He says 13,000 volunteers are on standby in Chennai. 100 plus heavy-duty water pumps have been deployed already in low-lying pockets to be able to pump out waters in case of heavy flooding. 31 rail subways have been deep cleaned. A Tamil Nadu Alert app also has been launched to give public real-time updates in terms of rainfall received, rainfall expected, and the storage position in reservoirs and other water bodies. All inundation hotspots are being monitored. All drinking water pumping stations have been connected with gensets. So, supply of drinking water in terms of long power cuts would not be there. And the storm water drains where the work is still underway, where the work is incomplete yet, have been fenced to avert any accidents. More than 300 desilting machines and super sucker vehicles have also been kept ready to be able to intervene in case of major developments, tree fall and things like that. Last year, Chennai and several pockets in southern Tamil Nadu, including Thoothukudi, were very badly affected because of unprecedented flooding and heavy rainfall. And this time, authorities say they're even better prepared. All eyes will be on the Met Office, which at the moment has given a heavy rainfall alert for today, very heavy rainfall for tomorrow, and an extremely heavy rainfall for the 16th. In Chennai, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
Our big focus, the deadliest strikes by Hezbollah since Israel launched its ground invasion of Lebanon nearly 2 weeks ago. A Hezbollah drone attack on an army base in central Israel has killed 4 soldiers and severely wounded 7 others. This is what the Israeli military has confirmed. But the military statement came shortly after Israel's National Rescue Service said the drone attack wounded 61 people. With Israel's advanced air defense systems, as we've been covering, it's rare for so many people to be hurt by drones or missiles. Israeli media reported that 2 drones were launched from Lebanon, and the military said 1 was intercepted. But it was the second time in 2 days a drone has struck in Israel. Meanwhile, we're getting reports that at least 20 Palestinians have been killed and several wounded in an Israeli tank shelling of a school that was sheltering displaced Palestinians. This is in Nusrat in central Gaza. We will, of course, bring you more on this as soon as we can. Meanwhile, US officials believe Israel has narrowed down targets in its potential response to Iran's attack this month to military and energy infrastructure, as per an NBC report. The Middle East remains on high alert for further escalation in a year of war as Israel battles Iran-backed troops, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Hamas in Gaza. Israel has repeatedly said it will respond to Iran's missile barrage on the 1st of October, which was launched in retaliation for Israel's military operations in Gaza and Lebanon and the killings of a string of Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. Well, for further clarity, we have with us Middle East analyst Zaki Zaidi, former researcher from IDSA as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Zaidi, for joining us. Now, as things stand, the US does not know when Israel's response could come, but officials say the Israel military is poised and ready to go at any time once the order is given. But two questions, Mr. Zaidi. Can this lead to an all-out devastating situation and full-blown war? And secondly, many raise questions whether the United States can be taken for face value when they actually say that they are not aware of the timing of the retaliation. What's your take?
For your first question, like 3 days back, 3 to 4 days back, like we've heard that US would be supplying Israel with the third anti-missile defense system. And it will come with, because that third missile defense system is like very complicated and it requires US personnel to operate it. So there would be US military boots on ground in Israel. So if there are like possibly two situations that comes out of it. Number one, either Biden has reined in Netanyahu by promising and giving this like third missile defense system that, okay, you have to calibrate your response in a way that Iran does not respond or at all, or does not respond very strongly. The other possibility is like that Israel is going to retaliate in a very disproportionate way. So in both of the situations, US, like there are several reports that like the Biden administration is like little bit distrustful of Netanyahu and the Gallant,
right,
that how they are going to respond. And because there are US troops and military bases all scattered all across the region, and any escalation, the US troops will directly come under fire from the Iran and its allies or proxies in the region. So this is a possibility. Iran has like meanwhile threatened very in clear terms, like that if there is any attack on Iran, like maybe possibly they could be on the oil facilities, the energy infrastructure, or the missile launch pad or army bases, or they may target leaders. So in any situation, they are going to retaliate very strongly, as the Iranians say. But we know that like when it comes to the air combat or air force, the Iranians are like not very good at it. They are like, because of the very long years of sanctions, they have been weakened. So the missile, they are good. They have a very large stockpile of missiles, and this could like lead to tit for tat and very entangled long war, like a total kind of all-out war, a total war in the region.
Though US officials have continued to urge the Israeli government to actually make their response proportional, sticking to only military targets and avoiding all oil, gas, and nuclear facilities. But at this point, can Benjamin Netanyahu be trusted to adhere to this advice, or is he likely to treat these as instructions? What's your take?
It is very unlikely, because several reports in the Israeli media as well as US media, they have confirmed that with the over period of time, especially with regards to the Israeli response to Iran, the Netanyahu is like very kind of secretive, and they have not shared any intel details like what the timing, the level of attack. Because the main concern about US is that because their forces are again at the risk. And like we cannot say anything as of now that because of the distress, little bit of distress between Netanyahu and the Biden, Biden administration is going to defend Israel of any possible Iranian retaliation, because we can just see that third missile defense system is going to be placed in Israel in the coming days. And for sure, we can at least like assess till now that till those missile defense system is installed in Israel, because it's more effective than the David slings, Iron Dome, like much improved version of those.
Well, we will of course have to see what kind of escalation, what kind of retaliation plays out. Thank you so much, Mr. Zaidi, for joining us on the World 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views,
We bring you stories that matter.
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views,
We bring you stories that matter.
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views,
We bring you stories that matter.
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping
Hello and welcome to watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Coming up on the show, well, our exclusive news break on the Baba Siddiqui murder. We have exclusive details on how the entire plot unfolded in Mumbai. This as the entire city is stunned by the chilling murder. All of that more coming up. First, a look at the headlines this morning. Salman Khan's security in focus after Baba Siddiqui's murder. Security upgraded outside Salman Khan's residence. Meanwhile, the police probe the Bishnoi gang link to Baba Siddiqui's murder. Maharashtra seat sharing talks pick pace. The Congress and the BJP brass in huddles ahead of the Maharashtra polls. Top Maharashtra netas in Delhi ahead of the poll date announcement. This as the Maharashtra cabinet also meets before the model code of conduct kicks in. Two months on, the Arjikar doctors await justice. On hunger strike, 5 doctors critically ill. Meanwhile, a key doctors' government meeting amid the nationwide shutdown call. Delhi air quality slips into the poor category. Smog covers the capital skies after the Shera. This as PM 2.5 levels, a cancer-causing pollutant, is now 10x the safe limit in parts of Delhi. All right, this is our exclusive news break on the Baba Siddiqui murder, first on NDTV. Well, we have the inside details on how the entire plot unfolded. Well, remember, 28 bullets were recovered, but we have details on what the accused have revealed to the police. Well, police sources say that Shiv Kumar, the main shooter, was the leader of the pack and he really led the plot. In fact, Shiv Kumar fired 6 shots indiscriminately at Baba Siddiqui. In fact, remember earlier there was all this information about 3 rounds fired, but 6 rounds were actually fired indiscriminately at Baba Siddiqui. This is what police sources have said. In fact, they also tried to evade the cops immediately after. They fled the spot, of course, but there was chili powder that was thrown at the cops. That's what police sources have said. One shooter, of course, managed to flee. One shooter has fled Maharashtra. In fact, there are 2 shooters who are now in police custody, but one shooter managed to escape. In fact, the police are still on the lookout for the shooter. But this certainly indicates that this was a planned conspiracy, something that the police have also said in court. The police have said it was a planned murder, a planned conspiracy. Though important here that the shooters point out that they are not aware as to who is the mastermind. Now, that is important given the fact that, well, the police are investigating the Bishnoi gang link, and that is something that's going to be key given the fact that in the past couple of years particularly we have seen the expanding influence of the Bishnoi gang. And of course, it was Rohit Godara, Lawrence Bishnoi's key aide, who had said a couple of weeks back that anyone who is Salman Khan's friend is our enemy. So this is of course an extremely notorious gang which is now back in focus. But these details are extremely important that we are breaking first on NDTV. In fact, Dharmraj and Gurmel, the other two accused in this particular case, who have now been arrested by the police, they were part of the conspiracy as well. So, you know, the fact here is that while of course you had 3 shooters, there were 2 accomplices who helped the shooters execute the entire plot. Now, where did this happen? Well, this happened outside Baba Siddiqui's son Zishan's office. So it was really in the heart of Mumbai, the heart of the posh area of Bandra in Mumbai where this happened. Now, 2 shooters were of course nabbed by the police. They were hiding in the lawns outside Zishan's office. So of course that is extremely suspicious how that plot unfolded. But all evidence and all confessions point to one aspect, that this is a planned conspiracy and that this is something which has to have been hashed by a larger mastermind. In fact, that's what the police have said, that we are trying to get to the bottom of it. We are trying to investigate who really is the mastermind behind it, whether it's really the Bishnoi gang or whether there are any international links. That's also something that the police said yesterday. So all of those angles being investigated. But let's quickly take a look at all the reactions that have come in on the story.
When, unfortunately, whatever that incident happened, when Mr. Baba Siddiqui was shot, people passing by, because it was a busy street in Bandra, in Mumbai, people passing by also could have been a victim to those bullets. So the common man also suffers. Maharashtra government, the Home Department of the Maharashtra government led by the BJP needs to give a lot of answers to the people of Maharashtra, because it is the safety of the people that is very important.
देखिए कितनी शर्मनाक बात है, बजाय ये जानने के कि किस तरह से मर्डर हुआ, कौन इस साजिश के पीछे है, क्या कोई गैंग इसके पीछे है या कोई पॉलिटिकल इसके पीछे कोई राजनीति है, कौन है ये साजिश करता और कौन इसकी जिम्मेदारी ले रहा है, इस मामले पर बजाय ये कि वो शोक प्रकट करें, आप इस पर भी राजनीति कर रहे हैं। मतलब ये बेशर्मी की हद है, क्योंकि बाबा सिद्दीकी जी की अपनी खुद भी सिक्योरिटी रही होगी, उनके घर के सामने ये वाकया हुआ है, लेकिन आप इसमें भी करना चाह रहे हैं पॉलिटिक्स, बजाय जानने के लिए कि कौन किसके हाथ इसके पीछे है और इसके पीछे क्या वजह हो सकती है। ये जानने के बजाय आप दुनिया भर की बातें कह रहे हैं। आपको किसी भी तरह से कानून व्यवस्था को आड़े हाथ लेना है।
All right, so all those political reactions coming in. In fact, our reporters Anuj and Radhika are also joining us live. Radhika, to you first. I mean, the details that you are breaking are extremely significant, and this points to the fact that it was a planned conspiracy, the fact that these 2 accomplices helped the shooters execute the plan, and then, of course, how the main shooter, Shiv Kumar, fired indiscriminately at Baba Siddiqui. So break it down for us, this exclusive news break that you have.
That's right. More or less everything has been said, but yes, very important details emerging as far as this case is concerned. Both the shooters who've been arrested have made some important revelations before the police. Whether they are true or not, well, that is a matter of investigation. They have said that they are innocent. They did not know what they were doing. They don't know who the mastermind behind the case is. In fact, it is the 3rd shooter, the 3rd absconding shooter, Shiv Kumar, who was the leader of the pack as far as this entire case is concerned. He is the one who is aware of who the mastermind is. This is what both the arrested shooters have told the police. They also went on to speak about the conspiracy hatched as far as the entire shooting incident is concerned. In fact, they said that initially it was planned that it is these 2 who were supposed to shoot indiscriminately at Baba Siddiqui. However, Shiv Kumar saw the crowd, analyzed the crowd, assessed the crowd as well as the security around Baba Siddiqui and decided to shoot Baba Siddiqui himself. He shot at Baba Siddiqui indiscriminately. Of course, all of them carried guns is what both the shooters have said. Shiv Kumar fired at Baba Siddiqui indiscriminately, at least 6 shots fired. of which about 2 to 3 bullets hit Baba Siddiqui. Of course, he was rushed to the hospital, by which time he unfortunately succumbed to his injuries. So Shiv Kumar, in fact, firing at him indiscriminately. All of them carried pepper spray as well as chili powder. And one of the assailants, in fact, post the shooting, threw the chili powder at just one guard who was guarding Baba Siddiqui at that point. Baba Siddiqui is surrounded by 3 guards usually, 1 in the morning and 2 in the evening. He was supposed to be guarded by 2 police security guards. However, there was just 1 guard at the time. In fact, he was incapacitated after chili powder was thrown at him. All 3 fled the spot. However, the 2 arrested ones, the 2 of the shooters couldn't flee for too long. They were followed by locals as well as the police around there, and they were caught. But the other shooter, Shiv Kumar, who's allegedly the leader of the pack, managed to hid in, go through the crowd and managed to flee the spot immediately. So this is the, detail. These are the details emerging. But again, this is what interrogations have revealed. The 2 attackers have said this to the police, that we don't know who the mastermind is. We were just told to carry out this operation. We were supposed to fire at Baba Siddiqui first, but it was Shiv Kumar, who's the leader of the pack, who's aware of the conspiracy, as well as who the mastermind is. And he was the one who shot indiscriminately at Baba Siddiqui. At least 6 shots fired, 2 to 3 hit him. And also, the police guard was incapacitated, as a result of chili powder thrown at him. So a lot of important details emerging, Vedant, as far as this case is concerned. However, really remains to be seen how much of it is true. What kind of Lawrence Bishnoi gang link are we talking about? Is there really a link as being alleged, as being said? Of course, a 3rd arrest was made of Praveen Lonkar, who had in fact put out that social media post, who had in fact, who was apparently the conspirator, who had also given shelter to some of the attackers, who had enlisted the attackers, the shooters as well. So that's the allegation as far as the 3rd arrested accused is concerned. But does he really belong to Lawrence Bishnoi gang? What kind of conspiracy was hatched? Who is the actual mastermind in this case? All that is a matter of investigation, but these details emerging as per the interrogations of the arrested accused.
Those are very important details, Radhika, in fact, that you're pointing out. In fact, the important point you made also is that who really is the mastermind? That is the biggest question right now. But also the focus, Radhika, is back on this sort of dark underbelly of Mumbai with Bollywood, crime, underworld, politics. And it's in that regard that now Salman Khan's security has also been enhanced. How much of a concern really is Salman Khan's security for the Mumbai police?
Yes, Salman Khan's security has been enhanced. In fact, at least about 10 to 12 policemen are outside his residence at this point. It is very important because the shooting of the attack on Baba Siddiqui comes just months after Salman Khan house firing that happened just a few months ago. And we know that these 2 are closely associated to each other. Salman Khan was a close friend, a close associate of Baba Siddiqui, and we know for a fact that that particular social media post, although its veracity is being checked, says the reason why Baba Siddiqui was targeted is because of his close association with Salman Khan, which is why Salman Khan's security has also been enhanced at this point. In fact, Salman Khan was at Baba Siddiqui's residence yesterday. He was at the hospital also. So currently, as far as Mumbai police is concerned, a lot of people questioning the lapses and how this is an intelligence failure, as far as the agencies are concerned, how they couldn't get a whiff of what was happening. Over the last several months, despite the fact that there was shootout outside Salman Khan's residence, the firing outside his residence, despite that, they couldn't really figure out that there was recce being carried out by gang members. They were staying close to where the incident took place, and weapons were also being transported, yet the police did not know about it. Of course, security has been enhanced at Salman Khan's residence as well, along with security being beefed up at Baba Siddiqui's house too.
Radhika, thanks very much for joining us with all those details. Of course, the Mumbai police looking at all angles, investigating various aspects to this case. Of course, it's an extremely murky case, to say the least, given the fact that the entire gang aspect is also being investigated. Let me also bring in Anuj, joining us from outside the Mumbai crime branch. So, Anuj, for the police, while of course there are security challenges at hand, the police are also on the lookout for another shooter who has apparently fled Maharashtra, and plus the shooter who was reportedly minor. Of course, his ossification test reports are also out. So what is the latest as far as the investigation is concerned?
Well, a lot has happened yesterday with regards to this case, and especially at the court where I'm standing at the moment, which is not too far away from the crime branch. This is the court where the third arrest, which was made late at night yesterday, of Praveen Lonkar, he is expected to be produced in this court at any point of time from now onwards. But as far as the ossification test is concerned, yesterday when the two accused were presented in the court, there was a bit of confusion over the identity of Dharmaraj Kashyap, because when the magistrate asked him about his identity and his age, it did not go consistent with what the police had it in their records, and that required the police, or rather the magistrate, to ask the police to get an ossification test done to determine the actual age of the individual. The prosecution there and the defense, they had, they kind of exchanged arguments regarding the same, because the birth certificates, the school leaving certificate, and all of those important documents which determine the age of an individual were not present. But late at night, it became clear that he was indeed lying about his age, because in the ossification test result, it was found out that he is 19, and as a result of that, even he was given a police custody along with Gurmail Singh for 7 days, which will extend up till the 21st of October of this month. Now, that is going to determine the 7 days, the interrogation there, and the kind of investigation that goes on will determine in which direction the case will go on. But late at night, the police also arrested Praveen Lonkar. Praveen Lonkar was the one who put out that notorious message through a Facebook account by a different name, Subbu Lonkar, in which he claimed the responsibility for the attack, and he said that the Bishnoi gang was indeed behind the attack. After getting aware, or after the message started floating, the questions were asked to the Mumbai police regarding the same, when a team was sent to Pune from where Praveen Lonkar was arrested. Of course, he did not use his own account. He used someone else's account to put forth this particular message. Now, Praveen Lonkar and the two arrests which have already been made is what the police have in their hands at the moment. But there are still, two co-conspirators who are not with the police at the moment. And these two people are the ones who are going to be very crucial, because as you were discussing earlier, the two people who've been given police custody, be it Gurmail Singh or Dharmaraj Kashyap, both of them have kind of tried to prove their innocence and have said that it is someone else, who was behind all of this. It is the third person who is at bay at the moment who is behind all of this, and not necessarily them. But of course, these statements will not be taken at the face value, which is because the police said it yesterday as well, that the two accused were not necessarily cooperating with the police when it comes to the investigation. So it'll be interesting to see how the police approaches it, and what decision or what judgment does the court give as far as Praveen Lonkar's custody is concerned.
All right, Anuj, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So as Anuj is reporting, well, the various angles being investigated by the Mumbai police, and the ossification test has now been done. The accused shooter is not, in fact, a minor, but one of the shooters has fled Maharashtra. So that is really the big concern as far as the Mumbai police are concerned. They are on the lookout. In fact, the Maharashtra police is on alert. Security of top leaders, and also, of course, Salman Khan has been enhanced as a fallout of the Baba Siddiqui murder. All right, breaking news coming in. Well, the Maharashtra cabinet has made a major announcement right ahead of the poll announcement, what seems to be like a poll bonanza. The Maharashtra cabinet has announced that there will be toll exemption for light motor vehicles. So this is important given the fact that this comes right ahead of the assembly polls, a sort of a poll dole in the sense, as many would call it. So toll exemption for light motor vehicles. Key toll plazas, of course, have will be sort of implementing this now. Let me go across to our colleague Ronak Kukre, joining us on the phone line, I believe. रौनक, तो ये बताइए कि क्या इसके पॉलिटिकल रैमिफिकेशंस है? कई लोग इसको क्रिटिसाइज भी करेंगे इस मूव को. ऑलराइट, वी सीम टू हैव लॉस्ट रौनक देयर. वी विल ट्राई एंड रिकनेक्ट विद हिम. बट सर्टेनली इफ यू लुक एट इट फ्रॉम द लार्जर sort of political aspect, infrastructure, road infrastructure, highway infrastructure has been a key focus of the Maharashtra government in the past 5 years. We've seen more and more coastal roads, more and more highways, expressways come up. And if you look at this aspect in that context, it all makes sense because, of course, here the Maharashtra government is really appealing to Mumbaikars. Of course, the traffic nightmare is something that every Mumbaikar faces. It's in that regard that now the Maharashtra cabinet has announced this sort of toll exemption for light motor vehicles. रौनक इज बैक विद अस. जी रौनक, बताइए क्या जानकारी है आपके पास इस अनाउंसमेंट के बारे में और किस तरीके से ये इम्प्लीमेंट होगा? इसको अगर आप राजनीतिक तौर पर भी देखें तो काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग, दिलचस्प अनाउंसमेंट है. इलेक्शन के बिल्कुल पोल अनाउंसमेंट के एकदम पहले महाराष्ट्र कैबिनेट का ये डिसीजन.
जी देखिए, निश्चित तौर पर बड़ी ये खबर इसे कहा जा सकता है, क्योंकि अगर मुंबई की बात की जाए तो मुंबई और एमएमआर रीजन में रहने वाले लोगों के लिए एक बड़े तोहफे के तौर पर सरकार का ये फैसला जो है वो देखा जा रहा है. दरअसल इसकी मांग पिछले कई सालों से मुंबई के लोग करते हुए दिख रहे थे, और खास तौर से जो मुंबई के आसपास के इलाकों में रहने वाले लोग हैं, खासतौर से ठाणे, नवी मुंबई, डोंबिवली जैसे इलाकों से सफर करके रोज जो मुंबई में लाखों की संख्या में गाड़ियां पहुंचती है, ऐसे लोगों को निश्चित तौर पर एक बड़ा तोहफा जो है सरकार की तरफ से ये कहा जा सकता है. और इसका राजनीतिक तौर पर अगर फायदे की बात की जाए तो मुझे लगता है कि निश्चित तौर पर इसका बड़ा लाभ जो है वो सत्ताधारी दलों को होगा. और खास तौर से अगर देखें तो शिवसेना, एकनाथ शिंदे की पार्टी को बड़ी संख्या में हो सकता है, क्योंकि जिस ठाणे इलाके से वो आते हैं उसके आसपास के इलाके में रहने वाले लोगों की ये मांग थी, और इसके लिए मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से एक बड़ा तोहफा और बड़ा ऐलान जो है वो यहाँ पर किया गया है. जी,
इसको रौनक, कई लोग क्रिटिसाइज भी कर सकते हैं कि आप मुंबई के अगर ट्रैफिक देखें तो ऑलरेडी रोड्स पर इतना ज़्यादा व्हीकल लोड है, और उसके बाद ही टोल एग्जेम्पशन तो कहीं ना कहीं उस ट्रैफिक लोड को और बढ़ा सकता है.
देखिए, ट्रैफिक लोड को निश्चित तौर पर बढ़ा सकता है, लेकिन सरकार की तरफ से ये साफ कर दिया गया है कि केवल लाइट मोटर व्हीकल को, इसमें कमर्शियल व्हीकल या फिर दूसरे जो व्हीकल है उनको इसमें छूट नहीं होगी. जो प्राइवेट कार्स होती है, व्हाइट नंबर प्लेट की कार्स होती है, जो रोजमर्रा के अपने काम के लिए मुंबई पहुंचते हैं, खासतौर से दफ्तर के लिए जाते हैं, ऐसे लोगों को ही ये राहत दी जा रही है. तो कॉमन पीपल को कैसे इसका फायदा हो सके ये सरकार ने सुनिश्चित किया है. लेकिन कमर्शियल पर्पस को लेकर अगर कोई गाड़ी का इस्तेमाल कर रहा है तो उसको ये छूट नहीं दी जाएगी. जी,
ऑल राइट रौनक, बहुत शुक्रिया तमाम जानकारी के लिए. रौनक इज रिपोर्टिंग. Well, a poll announcement there certainly by the Maharashtra cabinet. I mean, perhaps just days ahead of the model code of conduct kicking in Maharashtra. So no toll at 5 major toll booths in Mumbai, and light motor vehicles sort of completely exempted from tolls. All right, some more breaking news coming in. Well, security threat on 3 flights. In fact, these are 3 separate airlines we're talking about, and there seems to be a bomb threat that was reported, that was received by these 3 flights. Of course, in the Air India flight, the flight was diverted and all the passengers were deplaned and they're all safe. But this seems to be some sort of concerted threat. We are not sure at the moment whether it was a hoax or whether there's actually a more sort of graver security concern there. But when we go across to our senior colleague Vishnu Shom joining us on the phone line. Vishnu, what more details do you have? I mean, a similar security threat on 3 different flights.
3 different flights for 2 different airlines, not 3. And what the Director General of the Bureau of Civil Aviation Safety has told us is that, I quote, "Threats were received on 3 flights. All necessary standard operating procedures were undertaken. Everything is safe and secure. One of the 3 flights have departed." These were 2 flights for the Middle East from Mumbai on Indigo, and 1 flight from Mumbai to JFK Airport in New York, which was an Air India flight. The Air India flight rerouted and landed in Mumbai. I beg your pardon, in Delhi. But in the case of all 3 flights, they've been cleared for operations. The important statement over here is that everything is safe and secure. That's what the Director General of Civil Aviation Safety, the Bureau of Civil Aviation Safety, tells us. he is the foremost authority when it comes to handling any threats by way of security concerns which airlines may have. But obviously, Vedant, I can tell you that this is a concern for the various airlines because an Air India 777 would have upwards of 330 passengers on board. And if you have 150 passengers each on the two A320 class aircraft of Indigo, so, you're upwards of 600 passengers. And I'm not talking about crew, who would have been impacted as a result of this. Now, I did try and get some more information on the nature of the threat, but they aren't talking about that right now. But they say that, look, let us carry on with our investigation. But for the moment, it's all clear. So there you have it.
All right. I think, Vishnu, that's the key point. For the moment, it's all clear. And they've been cleared for operations as well, as Vishnu is reporting. But certainly, a bit of a concern there that similar security threats on 3 different flights and 2 different airlines, as Vishnu is reporting. Moving now to some political news from Maharashtra. Well, seat sharing talks picking pace. This is both the BJP and the Congress are now in huddles. In fact, top Maharashtra leaders are in the national capital to meet the BJP brass. And this, of course, right ahead of an expected poll announcement. That's going to be crucial because the moment the Election Commission announces the poll dates, the Model Code of Conduct will kick in. Now, remember, for the BJP, Maharashtra is a challenge given the fact that their Lok Sabha performance wasn't what they expected. But let me go across to Aishwarya for more details. So, Aishwarya, for Maharashtra, the BJP, of course, treading carefully, seat sharing is a bit of a challenge for the Mahayuti. There was a lot of back and forth when it comes to the Vidhan Sabha polls, for the Lok Sabha polls, I beg your pardon. But what more are you picking up from your sources, top Maharashtra leaders meeting the BJP brass here in Delhi?
Well, Vedant, the senior leadership have told to us that the seat sharing had almost been finalized between the alliance of the Bharatiya Janata Party, be it the NCP Ajit Pawar faction and Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena faction. This has been done in the last few meetings that was held in Bombay as well. And on the other side, it is, of course, the sources who had revealed that Bharatiya Janata Party can fight on almost 155 to 160 seats. The Shinde section will be given 90 to 95 seats, and on 35 to 40 seats it could be Ajit Pawar's NCP in almost 240 assembly seats. Today the BJP core group will be meeting at JP Nadda's residence, where after that, all crucial cabinet meeting, the leaders will fly from Bombay, including the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, and along with other several leaders of the BJP Maharashtra as well. And today there would be, the list that the Maharashtra BJP had prepared will be presented in front of JP Nadda, and there could be consensus among the candidates for the upcoming Maharashtra elections as well. An all-important BJP core group meeting post-noon is what we have been told. Senior leadership from the Bharatiya Janata Party will be made in charge for the BJP for the state of Maharashtra. Ashwini Vaishnav also confirmed to us that the seat sharing talks have happened. Now it is all that the strategical meetings will go on from here on as to how there could be complete vote transfer of the Bharatiya Janata Party on the seats where their alliance members are fighting from. So that would be something on the agenda as well. And in a day or two, we can expect the first list of Bharatiya Janata Party for the state of Maharashtra that might come out after today's crucial BJP core group meeting in the national capital.
So, 2 important points there that you are making, Aishwarya. One, of course, that seat sharing has more or less been finalized, something that all Mahayuti leaders have been saying, but also that the first list is expected in the next couple of days, well ahead of the poll date announcement, something that has been the BJP strategy in the past few elections. Thanks, Aishwarya, for the latest. But moving now to the Maha Aghadi camp, well, the Congress is also in a huddle. In fact, the top Maharashtra leadership is meeting the Congress brass here in the national capital. So that's crucial as well. For the Congress, of course, Haryana has been a big setback, and that is likely to, in a sense, cast a shadow on how things pan out for the Congress as far as Maharashtra is concerned. Of course, the Maha Vikas Aghadi had a big show of strength. In fact, they also released a charge sheet, as they called it, against the Mahayuti. So all of that extremely interesting. But let's quickly listen in to what Nana Patole, in fact, had to say.
देखो, आज हमारे नेता राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष राहुल गांधी मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी और राहुल गांधी जी की अध्यक्षता में एक मीटिंग हो रही है। राज्य के हमारे सभी प्रमुख नेता यहाँ पे उपस्थित रहने वाले हैं। हमारे प्रभारी रमेश चन्नीथला जी भी उसमें रहने वाले हैं और आने वाले चुनाव की सब रणनीति यहाँ पर आज तय की जाएगी। महाविकास आघाड़ी करके ही हम लोग सब महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव में जा रहे हैं। देखो, आज हमारे नेता राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष राहुल गांधी मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी और राहुल गांधी जी की अध्यक्षता में एक मीटिंग हो रही है। राज्य के हमारे सभी प्रमुख नेता यहाँ पे उपस्थित रहने वाले हैं। हमारे प्रभारी रमेश चन्नीथला जी भी उसमें रहने वाले हैं और आने वाले चुनाव की सब रणनीति यहाँ पर आज तय की जाएगी। महाविकास आघाड़ी करके ही हम लोग सब महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव में जा रहे हैं।
And let me go across to our senior colleague Sunil Prabhu joining us live. So Sunil sir, the Mahavikas Aghadi seat sharing sort of did prove to be successful in the Lok Sabha polls. But with the Haryana setback, do you see some sort of recalibration as far as seat sharing is concerned? Is the Congress now sort of expected to concede more seats to its alliance partners?
Well, definitely. I think there is definitely going to be that negotiating power reduced to a great extent with the Congress. They know that all of them, be it the Congress party, be it the Uddhav Thackeray, be it the Sharad Pawar, all their parties have to merge and be able to arrange and find winnable candidates. That's, I think, the critical aspect. The Congress taking stock here with Mr. Kharge as well as Rahul Gandhi, along with K.C. Venugopal, the state in charge, Mr. Ramesh Channitala, with key Maharashtra leaders having a discussion to how to coordinate, to ensure there is no lack of infighting, to decide on winnable seats based on the surveys that they have done. How do they decide those 100 odd seats that they will be given? Because the formula is 100, 100 and 88. That's the benchmark. It will be plus or minus a few seats here and there between the Congress and the Shiv Sena and the Sharad Pawar grouping. So it's in this context now that they will have to find out and see how things place forward. So it's in this context the Congress is taking a stock review with the Congress leadership. And as you rightly pointed out, Haryana has been a big setback. There have been rebels, there have been lack of unity of opposition forces, there have been infighting, a host of issues which have caused the party dearly, even though it had 11% surge in terms of vote share, it wasn't be able, and only a 0.4 difference between the BJP vote share as well as the Congress, and yet they lost that election. So they, once bitten, twice shy. They are now taking stock, as they did for Jharkhand, to ensure all those seat sharing issues are ironed out and they come out and resolve it at the earliest, because as you are well aware, elections are due any day. The Election Commission is expected to make that announcement either tomorrow or day after, and it's long overdue, and it will have to be held before the 26th of November. So it's expected the elections both in Jharkhand as well as in Maharashtra expected to take place immediately after Diwali.
Sunil sir, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Sunil sir is reporting, well, the Election Commission expected to make that announcement tomorrow. These are just the initial set of meetings. There, of course, has to be a lot of back and forth, given the fact that there are too many alliance partners, too many stakes involved, and all of those will have to be taken into consideration. Particularly, as Sunil sir is also mentioning, the Congress's negotiating power reduced after the Haryana setback. So all of that, their interesting political conundrum playing out here in Delhi ahead of the Maharashtra polls. Moving now to our big focus on NDTV. Well, 2 months after that horrific incident at the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, the doctors continue to demand justice. They're still up in arms on the streets of Kolkata, undeterred, relentlessly protesting and demanding justice. Well, they say that it's not just about a one-off incident or one victim. It's about larger issue of doctors' safety. Though, of course, what happened with the victim there was absolutely an unspeakable tragedy. And doctors, of course, say that accountability needs to be fixed. Now, remember, several of these protesting doctors are critically ill as we speak. At least 7 of those doctors were admitted to a hospital. In fact, those are pictures coming in from Kolkata of doctors marching towards the Swasthya Bhavan in Bengal. And the FIMA, which is the medical body, the resident doctor's body, has also postponed its national medical shutdown call. They are expected to meet the Bengal government as well. Let me go across to my colleague Shreya Ghosh, in fact, joining us live from Kolkata. So, Shreya, FIMA is set to hold that key meeting with the Bengal government officials. What more do you have on that?
That's right. As the protest continues, of course, the Chief Secretary of West Bengal has declared an emergency meeting today with the senior doctors and key medical bodies. And depending on the outcome of the meeting, the FIMA, Federation of All India Medical Association, will postpone its national strike, its suspension of elective services from tomorrow. But it all depends on the crucial meeting that will take place today. And of course, I'm here at the central Kolkata, where the protesters are seated here, and the doctors who are on a fast unto death strike are right here. And I'm joined by, excuse me, sir, could you please just come? I'm joined by a junior doctor right here, and I will ask him, sir, what do you expect from this meeting that will be held today with the Chief Secretary of West Bengal?
To be very honest, like the person who was so insensitive about 5 days back, suddenly after Durga Puja, I don't know what sort of wisdom Ma Durga gave him, but I hope so she gave him some, that he comes to terms with the bad situation that he and his government has created. Right. Threatening the lives of 9 doctors, out of which 3 are already in critical condition admitted. And regarding this, we really hope this time he speaks some sense, he speaks with some empathy, and speaks not like what we expect from him. I really want him to do something unexpected and accept that the government needs to change, and the government to think about the people, and the government needs to think about the junior doctors and the entire population at large, so that another abhaya does not take place.
Right. In the last couple of instances, we have seen TMC leaders making very insensitive comments, showing utter apathy towards the doctors. And right now, it is not just a doctors' protest; it's a people's movement at large, right? And as far as the demands of the doctors are concerned, if you could just tell us briefly, like, what are the main demands besides strong safety security measures in state hospitals? What are the other demands? The resignation of the health secretary. What else? What is the expectation from the whole investigation that is undergoing right now?
First of all, the TMC leaders, there is a saying in Bengali, Je Lanka jai Shei Ravan, means whoever goes to Lanka becomes the leader, eventually defeating Ravan. In about 5 to 10 years, they forget who Ravan was and kind of become like, grow the 10 heads he had. The TMC leaders have forgotten the satyagraha they did. Maybe that is because they often don't understand the sanctity of the satyagraha called Anashan, what we call as hunger strike. The fact that someone could lose 10 kgs before his admission, Dr. Anustup Mukherjee, he lost about 10% of his body weight on his day of admission. It's unheard of them. They think that Anashan is some magic, someone gains 5 kgs. So that is absolutely horrendous what the comments they are making, absolutely insensitive. We don't expect anything from them. And regarding our demands, we only have 2 demands. First of all, we want justice for our sister, for our colleague, and we don't want any abhaya to take place in any section of the society, right. Whether it be any village, whether it be any other community, anywhere, not in a train, not in a bus, not in a hospital, not in a workplace. We want workplace security so that no woman often fears trying to sleep in an on-call room. For that, we have some demands. The main demands are obviously security, but more than that, it has to be the end of the threat culture, which was the culmination, which culminated in abhaya. And on that, we want the resignation of the apex official of the health, that is the principal secretary of health, because he has been here for 4 years and he acknowledges that I don't know any of the things that have been going on. That clearly shows that he has admitted his failure, so he needs to resign so that no one repeats this mistake.
Right.
This is
the demands are quite loud and clear, and right now we can see it's very appalling to see the doctors, the junior doctors here who are on a fast, and their health is definitely taking a toll, right?
The physical health of the junior doctors are deteriorating day by day. We are having to keep a medical team by them every 24 hours. We need to assess them every hourly, because the symptoms right now are very unexpected. The only thing that's carrying them on is their strength, is their dedication towards this movement, is their willpower that they will take justice for Abha, even if it's at the cost of their health. That is something unheard of. But that is something spine-chilling as well. And for the medical team, it's becoming difficult day by day.
Yeah. Thank you so much. much for speaking to NDTV, and of course to muster up the courage of the doctors who are here on a fast. We can see a large gathering here. You can see people who have come here at the protest site in Dharamtala to support the junior doctors here mentally, emotionally. Earlier we could hear, the people sort of singing songs of resistance and giving emotional support to the junior doctors, because that is the need of the hour right now. And in an hour or so, they will be leaving for a major rally to the governor office in Raj Bhavan. And meanwhile, we know that the crucial meeting between the chief secretary and the senior doctors, which is going to be held today, the outcome of which will be quite impactful for the agitating doctors' protests here in Kolkata and across the country. Over to you.
Shreya, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. In fact, one thing that is clear in those pictures is that doctors are here for the long haul till the time they get justice, because 2 months on and justice remains elusive as far as the victim is concerned. On the investigations front, of course, the CBI has filed a charge sheet, but larger questions on the delays and the alleged cover-up still remain. With that, we'll take a short break now, but lots more coming up on the other side.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
Back news now coming in from Kerala. Two top Malayalam actors have been arrested. This, of course, after there was a complaint filed by actor's ex-wife. In fact, Bala's videos emotionally harmed the daughter is what the complaint has said. So these are those top Malayalam actors who have now been arrested. In fact, the actor's car collided with a two-wheeler, and after which, of course, the ex-wife filed a complaint as well. There are two separate cases, of course, but the two actors have now been arrested. This, of course, amid the Me Too movement in Kerala, which has really exploded, so to speak, in the past 2 to 3 months particularly. In fact, one of the actors has been charged under the juvenile law. Now remember, this is extremely serious given the fact that in many other cases we have seen actors being charged with rape and sexual assault, but in this particular case we have the actor being charged under the juvenile law. Let me go across to our senior colleague Oma Sudhir. Ma'am, what more details do you have on the complaint against the Malayalam actor?
this morning we have seen two actors being arrested. One is, of course, actor Bala, who we are talking about, who has been arrested on the complaint of his former wife, Amrita Suresh. And the reason under the Juvenile Act as well is because his daughter is a minor. And what the wife has said, or the former wife has said, is that he has posted, items on social media that she says has emotionally harmed their daughter, and that's the reason why she has filed the complaint, because she says that the divorce agreement also had in fact prohibited the personal taunts against her, and he was constantly disturbing her as well as her daughter. That's what she has claimed, and that's the reason why actor Bala as well as his assistant Rajesh have been taken into custody from their flat in Kochi, we understand, and that's why sections of outraging the modesty of a woman as well as the additional charge of juvenile justice laws, they are which are non-bailable, have been filed against actor Bala. In this case, of course, the third accused also, who is the founder of the film factory, that person has also been arrested in this particular case. What I must point out is that the other case that we are talking about is the case of drunk driving, where actor Baiju Santosh was driving his car, and at that time he knocked a two-wheeler down, caused an accident. Thankfully, the two-wheeler driver has survived the accident, but actor Baiju Santosh has been booked under the Motor Vehicles Act and for rash driving. He is suspected to have had some drinks, and therefore the level of alcohol in his blood is now being tested.
All right, ma'am, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So actor Bala there being arrested in that assault case. Moving now to what's been our big focus on NDTV. Well, it's that time of the year again. The air quality here in the national capital has slipped into the poor category. In fact, in some areas, it's also in the very poor category. The PM 2.5 pollutant, as we speak, is almost 8 to 10 times the safe limit set by the World Health Organization. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court will continue hearing that plea on Delhi pollution. Of course, the Supreme Court had come down heavily on the CAQM, calling it a mute spectator as the capital chokes. Let me go across to my senior colleague Sunil Prabhu. So, sir, the Supreme Court had made some very important observations earlier, including the fact that there needs to be some sort of an overhaul of the CAQM, that it can't be, this sort of panel of retired bureaucrats. We need to have stakeholders and experts, and that it's clearly failed in its duty to penalize the violators. That's the key point that the Supreme Court made as well.
That's right, and I think today is the day for them to file the affidavit about what action they have taken, what they have to say to the court's suggestions, because the bench which is hearing it, in fact today has been issuing and staying decisions, because some of them are all about contempt of court and how it has taken so long, why action has not taken place. So various stakeholders, in this case, UP, the Rail Vikas Nigam, the UP government, various other people who haven't been able to comply. Justice Oka has been very, very forceful in saying that, now it's time for action and we are going to stay unless you file and explain why you haven't been able to comply with it. In the same manner, they will be doing the same thing in the air pollution case. Today is the day for filing affidavits. Expected to hear it in the next few days and take stock of the situation and see how Delhi can address this rising crisis which is affecting millions of people who live here.
All right, sir. Thanks for joining us with the latest. Yes, we'll keep a close eye on the developments in the Supreme Court. This, of course, is Delhi is back to battling deadly air pollution. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues right here on the top of the hour.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed.
Good afternoon, it's 12 o'clock. You're watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Coming up on the show, well, our big focus on air pollution. The Supreme Court set to continue its hearing on air pollution. Also, the big political headline, Maharashtra huddles right ahead of poll date announcement. The poll dates are expected to be announced in just days from now. So we'll get you all the action on the ground. First up, the headlines. Tension in Uttar Pradesh's Bahraj. On Sunday, one person had died in a clash during the Durga idol immersion. Maharashtra seat sharing talks pick pace. The Congress and the BJP brass in huddles ahead of the Maharashtra polls. Top Maha leaders in Delhi ahead of the poll date announcement. This as the Maha cabinet also in a huddle. NDTV exclusive on the Baba Siddiqui murder case. Well, from chili powder to the Bishnoi link. An NDTV inside track on how the plot unfolded. Security enhanced outside Salman Khan's residence in Mumbai. This is a fallout of the Baba Siddiqui murder. Toll exemption for light motor vehicles in Maharashtra. No toll at 5 toll booths in Mumbai. A big poll bonanza announcement right ahead of the Maharashtra elections. Malayalam actor Baiju Santosh arrested for drunk driving. Kerala cops arrest Baiju for drunk driving. Actor's car collided with a two-wheeler. The car crashed into an electric pole. 2 months on, the Arjikor doctors await justice. On hunger strike, 5 doctors critically ill. A key doctors' government meeting amid the nationwide shutdown call. All right, news now coming in from Uttar Pradesh. In Uttar Pradesh's Bahraj, well, there's some sort of a scuffle between protesters and the police. This just a day after there was a clash during the Durga idol immersion. In fact, one person had died in those violent clashes as well. But the situation seems to be tense on the ground in Bahraj. In fact, look at those dramatic visuals there. What our reporters are telling us is that several tear gas shells were also fired by the police, and there was some sort of stone pelting as well. Of course, we'll try and get in a double confirmation on that. But there certainly was some sort of a standoff between the police and the protesters. Remember, it was some sort of a tense Durga idol immersion day yesterday. when people from two communities, in fact, clashed. One person had died. There was this sort of violent scuffle in Uttar Pradesh's Bahraich. This happened during the Durga idol immersion, and there are some protests as well, though we must understand that these are isolated protests, and it seems to be an isolated incident of violence there in Bahraich. So no sort of real panic there, but the situation certainly is tense as far as Bahraich is concerned. Dramatic visuals certainly of police firing tear gas shells and some sort of stone pelting also being reported there, with protesters pelting stones at the cops there. In fact, what I can see is that there is some rapid action forces, some CRPF Jawans also deployed there. A riot vehicle, in fact, was also visible in one of those visuals there. So situation tense. Let me go across to our senior colleague Alok Pandey joining us on the phone line. So Alok sir, while of course this is an isolated incident of violence that was reported in Uttar Pradesh's Bahraich, the situation seems sensitive on the ground with this sort of scuffle between the police and the protesters.
Right, Vedant, the situation is indeed sensitive. I think that's a very apt word to use in the situation. I'll just break down my answer into two parts. Number one, just to give some perspective to our viewers about where Bahraich is, and two, to talk about what has happened in the incident as we look at these worrying shots that have come in today. So Bahraich is a district located on the Indo-Nepal border towards eastern Uttar Pradesh. It's one of India's most backward districts, so to say. That perspective I'm just giving to establish the geographical location of where Bahraich is. Now, what has happened as we watch over these visuals, what happened was that yesterday, during a procession for the immersion of the Durga idol, which, as we know, Dashera just concluded on Saturday, and the immersions have gone on through the weekend, Vedant. So there was a clash between two communities in an area called Mahasi, which is part of the Bahraich district, and one person was killed and at least 3 other people were injured. Now, the police are saying that the incident happened when stones were pelted and gunshots were fired at the procession, with some miscreants disconnecting the microphone of the procession, and that after that, there was a clash, and that led to the death of one person. Subsequently, a heavy police force was deployed through the night in the area. The Uttar Pradesh DGP sent us everyone sent a message on the police group yesterday saying that they'd ensure that there was no further violence in the area and that a heavy police deployment would take place. But by the look of the visuals that we see on our TV screens right now, that does not seem to have happened. Now, what we are told has happened is that there are what happened was that this morning, the family members of the man who got killed and other people took out a procession in the area where the incident happened yesterday. And it is during that procession that once again, there was violence, there was stone pelting. The police then resorted to firing tear gas shells. Some establishments, shops in the area were set on fire. So at the moment, the situation is tense. The police, of course, says that they are doing their best. They are rushing in additional forces to try and see that, things do not go out of control any further. But I think, you have to go by what you can see on the screen. At the end of the day, we are a visual medium, and the visuals at the moment do tell us that there is tension in the area. But like I said, the Chief Minister, Mr. Adityanath, has told the cops and the administration to get a handle on the situation as soon as possible and to ensure that there is no further escalation. I think everyone would want that there is no further escalation in the situation, number one, and number two, an investigation about what happened during the clash yesterday, because this does put a question mark on the conduct of the police and the administration also. During these processions, generally in Uttar Pradesh, elsewhere in the country, the police always ensure that either these processions do not go through sensitive locations, or if they do so, then peace is maintained and the procession passes through the area amid heavy security. How it came to a point where there was a clash and what happened exactly is something that remains to be seen. But at the moment, there certainly is tension in this eastern Uttar Pradesh district. Like I said, it borders Nepal and is about 130-140 kilometers away from capital Lucknow.
Alok, thanks very much for joining us with all those details there. So, of course, Bahraich we've seen communal clashes in the past as well, but the situation, as Alok sir is reporting, does remain sensitive on the ground. In fact, he explained to us as to why that protest, in fact, began in the first place. But Alok sir, if you're still with us, the police are taking all possible measures to contain the situation. I think that's what the focus right now is, with the UP government also closely monitoring the situation there. But no further clashes were reported. Okay, we'll try and reconnect with Alok sir there. But several important points here. One, that it was an isolated incident of violence that took place in which one person had died. UP government is keeping a close watch on this, and at the same time the police are trying to contain the situation. That is extremely important, which is why those tear gas shells were also fired. But the situation at the moment remains sensitive in their range. Moving now to, well, the big Maharashtra poll bonanza right ahead of the poll date announcement. The Maharashtra cabinet has made a big announcement. The Maharashtra cabinet says that there will be full toll exemption for LMVs or light motor vehicles. In fact, there will be no toll collected at 5 key booths. So that's an important announcement there. And certainly you have to look at the political ramifications of this as well, given the fact that the Maharashtra government has focused a great deal on road infrastructure, highways, expressways, and it's in that backdrop that you have this toll exemption announcement being made by the Maharashtra cabinet right ahead of the assembly elections. Let's listen in to what one of the Maharashtra ministers in fact had to say.
ये 5 टोल पर 45 रुपया और 75 रुपया टोल लिया जाता था। 2026 तक इसका मुदत था। लगभग 3.5 लाख व्हीकल दररोज अप डाउन करते थे। आज सरकार ने जो लाइट व्हीकल्स है उनका टोल में रात 12 बजे से छूट देने का निर्णय सरकार ने किया है। जो लोगों का लाइन में लगना, पास निकालना, इसके लिए जो वक्त जाता था उनके समय की बचत होगी।
Let me go across to my colleague Anuj Raite joining us live. So, of course, while we look at what could be the ramifications of this as far as the traffic load is concerned, Anuj, this is certainly a political announcement. And this is perhaps the Maharashtra cabinet's last announcement before the model code of conduct kicks in. So, certainly a poll bonanza there, as many would call it, right ahead of the elections.
Yeah, it indeed is a poll bonanza. And, today is probably the last cabinet meeting before the model code of conduct is implemented, and it was expected that in some regards, in some field, such kind of announcement would take place. But for going in line with what has been the trend in the last couple of months of government of Maharashtra, they've tried to draw a balance between their schemes when it comes to the rural areas or to the deeper pockets of the state and also to the urban areas. And infrastructure has been at one of the topmost priorities, be it the opening of the Metro Line 3, which is the first underground metro line in the state of Maharashtra, or the MMRDA plan of building several concentric ring roads across the city of Mumbai, easing out the traffic on the city. Now, this one is an add-on to that. There had been a demand for kind of lessening the burden on people as far as toll from these 5 major toll booths is considered. These are the 5 major toll booths from which people from close by regions, Pune, Nashik, etc., they enter the city from, and there's a huge number of people who come and go out of the city on a daily basis. So it's definitely going to be a huge relief for all of them. But the opposition has already started criticizing the government, on how they've used an opportunity, on how they've used a concern of the people to their political advantage. We saw a statement coming from a Shiv Sena UBT member as well, which said that Shiv Sena UBT had already been trying for it and had already been pushing for this, for this announcement for quite some time. But the government has very cheekily announced it a few days before the elections. But of course, the results of it and how much of an impact does this have will only be seen later. But this becomes an important development for the people of Mumbai, especially because those who work in Mumbai, railways is one of the major transport lines here in the city for people even from the close by suburban areas to travel in. But there are several other people who travel either for professional or personal reasons on a regular basis, and for them to get such kind of a toll exemption is going to be a great deal. But how electorally viable is this going to be? Something that only time will be able to tell.
Anush, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. I'm also being joined by Dikshu C. Kukreja, Urban Planner and Managing Principal, CP Kukreja Architects. Thanks very much, Mr. Kukreja, for being with us. Interesting there, and what its ramifications could be for Mumbai's traffic load, because we've seen the kind of nightmarish traffic in Mumbai. Do you see this, in a sense, increasing the traffic load on the roads of Mumbai? Though, of course, it is a political announcement, an election announcement. What do you see the ramifications of it on the traffic of Mumbai?
Well, Vedant, isn't it ironic that less than 48 hours ago, I was discussing with you on your channel about the urban congestion tax that was being thought of being implemented in Delhi. And here is another city in our country where now they're talking about removing certain taxes. Now, first of all, of course, a congestion tax and a toll tax are two very different things and for two very different objectives. About the Mumbai situation, I personally feel that certainly, I mean, if you convert this into a freebie, then there's no doubt that you are enhancing the amount of traffic that's going to be on those roads, and it leads to what we fear otherwise, which is worse urban congestion. But more important than that, I think we cannot sort of deviate or distract ourselves from the objectives of something which are laid out in the first place. Now, the whole idea of having a toll tax is that you are able to maintain the health of those highways, of those roads. Unless the upkeep and maintenance does not happen, what I fear is that more accidents will happen. Is that what we are looking at? Also, you need to develop more highways. We are talking about making it a Viksit Bharat. We are talking about implementing more and more infrastructure projects. So these can only be funded by the end user. And if the end user is using a particular highway or an expressway or a bridge, I don't see the harm in him or her paying toll for it. So I, for one, as an infrastructure expert, believe that, user must at the end of it pay rather than increasing taxes for the whole population. And in this case, removing of toll tax is not a very long-term sustainable solution.
And ultimately, what's the purpose of this either? Because, of course, people have complained of very high toll taxes, particularly in all these new coastal roads and expressways that have come up in Mumbai. And that sort of does deter people from, taking private vehicles or, commuting in private vehicles. So, at a time when we should be looking at, in a sense, strengthening our public transport system and encouraging people to switch from private vehicles to public transport, this, in a sense, is a move against that and detrimental to that idea.
Absolutely. You're so right about that, Vedant, that on the one hand, really, the focus should be that how do we implement more and more public transport projects so that it eases people of moving within a city or coming to their workplace and going back, rather than their increased dependence on private vehicles. And removing of a toll tax is certainly adding to that extra convenience and therefore that extra burden on the city's roads and the highways by allowing people to use these roads for free. So I think the focus should be, and you mentioned in your news report just now about implementing of yet another phase of the Mumbai Metro. Now, I think funds should be given to these kind of projects which are in dire need. Cities are in dire need of these kind of infrastructure projects which improve urban mobility and give us alternative modes of sustainable urban mobility in the city. So removing of tolls, I don't see how that contributes to either the sustainability angle, the environment friendly angle, because you're going to have more private vehicles coming on these roads. So where does that add in? So I'm afraid that as long-term sustainable solutions, these are not the best ways our cities should go. In fact, I would go further and say, why don't we look at holistic urban planning of capital regions rather than just capitals? These cities are now metropolitan areas. Their populations are larger than more than half the countries on this planet. The population of those individual countries is lesser than what our population of Delhi, Mumbai, and our metropolitan areas are. So we need to start looking at more holistic solutions. And certainly waiving of a toll tax, I don't think falls in that bracket.
But just off the bat, how do you see people reacting to this? in general. Do you see people welcoming it? Of course, that's what seems to be the reaction largely. But what do you expect? How do you expect this move to play out as far as commuters are concerned?
Well, of course. I mean, I'm a commuter myself, and if somebody tells me I don't need to take out money from my wallet to travel, I'll be happy, right? So I don't see anything wrong in commuters celebrating these kind of announcements. But I think as policymakers, I think looking at where the future of our country is, looking at the aspect of making our country into a developed nation, we need to understand the ramifications of these kind of populist measures. At the end of the day, how will we become a developed nation? With better infrastructure? Who will pay for that infrastructure? At the end of the day, it is a common man. So you can put back this money in this pocket, right pocket, and I'm sure you'll take it out of the left pocket come the next budget. So I don't think these are the right ways, because what they are ending up doing, as we keep reading and hearing on your news, is one state after another, when it goes into elections, rolls out these populist measures.
Right.
Is that going to keep us in a healthy economy? I'm afraid not. So I, for one, feel that if our focus is on infrastructure, and people who use that infrastructure, whether they buy a ticket to use the metro or they pay the toll to use the expressway, whatever user is using that infrastructure must end up paying for it. That's the only way we will be able to maintain. One is capex on infrastructure, the other is operational costs. And I'm afraid that if you see, we make these big announcements of capex onto new projects, but then who goes back and looks at the health and maintenance of this infrastructure? So the expressway will soon be crumbling, the bridge will have a very poor quality. At the end, the same user is going to suffer. So again,
I think that's such an important point,
aspects.
Mr. Kukreja, that you are making, that it's this toll tax that essentially is used for the maintenance of highways and expressways. So ultimately what we're doing is we're coming up with all these new expressways and highways, increasing the traffic load, incentivizing the commuter perhaps to commute via private vehicles, and doing nothing to maintain these expressways and highways. That is something that's not a concern at all as far as the government is concerned, and which is why we see this kind of crumbling road infrastructure, across cities, and also road safety. That's such an important part of our entire infrastructure as well. In so many cases of hit and run and rash driving, drunken driving being reported, and just the overall idea of road maintenance and the toll collection or collection of toll taxes is such an important part of that.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm trying to say here, that, just waving out these kind of taxes, it sounds good on the face of it. But beneath, I think we are entering into a situation which is going to become more and more problematic. Because if we start believing and we make our democracy, our citizens believe that, if you're given a freebie, then you go ahead and vote. If that is going to start leading to our democracy or the results, I think that's not going to help us in becoming a nation which has a developed mindset, which has a mindset of progressive thinking, progressive policies. And at the end of the day, a simple thing like, if you do not have money to maintain that highway, what are the repercussions of that? Road
important
safety,
points
like
are making, Mr. Kukreja.
Increased length of travel time. So what did we gain at the end of the day?
That's right. Absolutely. Thanks very much, Mr. Kukreja. Always a pleasure to speak to you. Very interesting perspectives there. But of course, while we look at the ramifications of this on the traffic law, let's also take a look at the political ramifications of this. In fact, the Uddhav faction has now reacted to this. Let's listen in.
पिछले कई वर्षों से मुंबई की जनता, मुंबई के आसपास के रहवासी ये मांग उठाते आए हैं कि मुंबई और मुंबई से सटे हुए जो टोल नाके हैं, जो प्रवेश द्वार हैं, उसको बंद कर देना चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत तकलीफ होती है। कभी कभी घंटों ट्रैफिक जाम का सामना करना पड़ता है, सड़कों की हालत बहुत खराब होती है, बरसात के दिनों में तो बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कतें आती हैं। लेकिन इस सरकार ने एक भी नहीं सुनी। कई आंदोलन करने पड़े, भूख हड़तालें करनी पड़ी, बहुत कुछ करना पड़ा, लेकिन ये सरकार नहीं सुनी। लेकिन जब महाराष्ट्र राज्य में 2024 के आगामी विधानसभा होने वाले हैं, आजकल में आचार संहिता लग सकती है, तो आनन फानन में यह सरकार कह रही है कि हम मुंबई के जो प्रवेश द्वार के 5 टोल नाके हैं उसे छोटे वाहनों के लिए हम फ्री कर दे रहे हैं।
All right, looking now at the other big headline from Mumbai, and that is the fallout of the Baba Siddiqui murder. While the investigation is picking pace, NDTV has exclusive details of how the plot unfolded. Remember, there are three accused who are now in the custody of the police. Two are still on the run. One is the shooter, one of the shooters, and the accomplice who, in a sense, assisted or facilitated the shooters to execute their plot. Now, how the plot unfolded? Well, Shiv Kumar is the main shooter who is now in police custody. And of course, he fired indiscriminately at the leader, at Baba Siddiqui there. The incident, of course, took place outside his son Zishan's office in the posh Bandra area of Mumbai. In fact, the shooters also tried to throw chili powder at the cops to escape. In fact, one of the shooters has also fled Maharashtra, is what the police are saying. In fact, the police are still on the lookout for that shooter. 6 rounds were fired at Baba Siddiqui. That's why he died at the spot there. A murder in cold blood, certainly a murder that has stunned Mumbai, and also a grim reminder of the dark underbelly of Mumbai, this sort of crime, underworld, Bollywood, politics, nexus perhaps, or that sort of dark connection, something that we've seen historically play out in Mumbai. But certainly a top leader, a top politician, a strong man, somebody who had very good relations across party lines, and of course very close relations with Bollywood. He was very close to Salman Khan, also extremely close to people like Shah Rukh Khan and also Sanjay Dutt's family, which is why not just a political strongman but a Bollywood mediator, as many have described him as well. But let me go across to Radhika, who in fact has those very exclusive details that she broke here right on NDTV. So Radhika, there are several startling details in your news break. One, of course, that the shooter fired indiscriminately at Baba Siddiqui and also tried to flee the spot by throwing chili powder at the cops there. But any more details on how the police are approaching the question of who the mastermind is behind this entire incident?
That's right. Many important details emerging as far as this case is concerned. Of course, Baba Siddiqui murdered in cold blood in a busy intersection in Bandra East. This happening day before yesterday. Of course, 3 people have been arrested, which also include 2 shooters. One shooter, Shiv Kumar, is absconding at this point. Now, as far as interrogations are concerned, what police have revealed to us is that when they interrogated the 2 shooters, Gurmail and Dharamraj, they in fact revealed that they did not know who the mastermind was in this case. They simply followed instructions, and it was Shiv Kumar, the absconding shooter, who is actually the leader of the pack, who is aware of who the mastermind was. They also went on to reveal that while these 2 were supposed to shoot at Baba Siddiqui, that did not happen. Instead, it was Shiv Kumar who decided to shoot Baba Siddiqui, as there was a lot of crowd and there were also, security beefed up and, security officials around Baba Siddiqui. There was just one cop at the time around Baba Siddiqui, and Shiv Kumar, in fact, shot at him 6 times. Shiv Kumar shot at him 6 times, and at least about 2 to 3 bullets hit him, is what the police have told us. Soon after that, all 3 of them fled from the spot. But before fleeing from the spot, they in fact threw chili powder at one of the cops who was surrounding Baba Siddiqui, and he was incapacitated. After which, of course, a lot of locals and police tried to sort of follow these people, and 2 of them were of course nabbed. One of the 3 shooters couldn't be nabbed, which is Shiv Kumar, which the other 2 shooters claim is the leader of the pack who knew who the mastermind was. Of course, this is based on the interrogations that happened. We don't know whether they are speaking the truth. Their statements are changing and they're not cooperating with the investigations, what the police are saying. But right now, of course, they are focusing on who the mastermind is. Another person who in fact put out that social media post has also been arrested. So yes, that person has also been arrested. The third person, in fact, also being arrested at this point, who in fact put out the social media post, also a co-conspirator in this case. Earlier, of course, we had given that report from outside Salman Khan's residence as well. The security has been enhanced. We'll perhaps put out that report also in a bit. But investigations underway, and now we'll have to see whether more people could be arrested. There are 2 absconding accused in the case, also include the third shooter.
Right, Radhika, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. Anuj is also with us. He's joining us from outside the Mumbai crime branch. So Anuj, various security concerns as far as people like Salman Khan are concerned. But very quickly, the Mumbai crime branch is looking at all possible angles, and they have made it clear in the court yesterday as well that this is a planned conspiracy. And now the question is, who really was the mastermind? Was there any international links? And was it really Lawrence Bishnoi who was behind this shooting?
Well, as far as the proceedings of the court is concerned, and also the press conference which the police took later at the end of the day, confirms a couple of things. Firstly, they are stressing a lot on the Lawrence Bishnoi angle, because all the people that are getting in touch with, or all the arrests that they are making, be it the latest arrest of of the individual from Pune who is behind the post, viral social media post, it is all pointing towards the Lawrence Bishnoi, although the verification of it is yet to be done. But then there are too many hints to be ignored by the police at this point of time. Yesterday in the court, they did mention about international links being one of the several other reasons on why this would have taken place. But then there was no further specification made on it. But when one talks about international links in a case which already has murmur surrounding the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, then it becomes very clear on what the hint might be about. In the evening, while the press conference was taking place, the police also said that they are indeed stressing a lot on the Lawrence Bishnoi angle, but they will still be continue to look at other angles as well, be it extortion, be it political rivalry, be it land conflict, because they are not completely, they do not want to completely narrow down their investigation, saying that the only reason why Baba Siddiqui was shot down a couple of days ago was because of his closeness with Salman Khan, as the Post claimed.
All right, Anuj, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. As Anuj is reporting, all angles being investigated by the police. This, of course, as it does seem like a planned conspiracy, particularly after those details emerging as to how the shooters really executed this entire plan. Though, of course, as per police sources, the accused have said or have confessed to the police perhaps that they had no idea who the mastermind is. So getting to the bottom of it is really what the police's task now is. But what is the fallout of the Baba Siddiqui murder? Well, Salman Khan, somebody who was extremely close to Baba Siddiqui, his security is now a big concern for the Mumbai police. In fact, security outside his Galaxy apartment has also been increased. In fact, these are visuals from April this month, where there was a firing incident right outside Salman Khan's residence. And in fact, Rohit Godara, somebody who's Lawrence Bishnoi's key aide, he had said that anyone who is Salman Khan's friend is our enemy. So a notorious gang there. Is that gang really behind this shootout? But Salman Khan's security increased. In fact, my colleague Radhika sent us this report from outside Galaxy.
Baba Siddiqui's murder has sent shockwaves across the city of Mumbai. He was a highly influential politician in Mumbai, especially in Bandra area. He was attacked by shooters. Lawrence Bishnoi gang link is associated with the murder. And I'm outside Salman Khan's residence. Salman Khan was a very close friend of Baba Siddiqui. He's a close associate of Baba Siddiqui. In fact, Salman Khan was also time and again being targeted by Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Just a few months ago, firing incident took place outside his residence. Prior to that, of course, multiple threats were issued to Salman Khan by the same gang members. As you can see, security has been enhanced outside Salman Khan's residence. A number of police officials are standing guard outside Salman Khan's residence post Baba Siddiqui's murder. At least about 20 constables posted outside since yesterday. Of course, Salman Khan was a close friend of Baba Siddiqui. Baba Siddiqui used to throw iftar parties in which Khans and many from within the Mumbai Bollywood circle would visit. But these are the visuals from outside Khan's residence. Of course, He was time and again targeted by Lawrence Bishnoi gangmen a few months back. Firing took place outside his residence. Number of people were arrested, post which, of course, there was a conspiracy hatched, as per police, to kill Salman Khan at his farmhouse as well. But before that, attack could take place, the police did make multiple arrests. So many people from the Lawrence Bishnoi gang were arrested in connection to Salman Khan threats as well. But now, with the threat of death of Baba Siddiqui, once again Lawrence Bishnoi link coming up, and a post claiming that Baba Siddiqui was killed, was targeted due to his close association with Salman Khan. So therefore now security beefed up outside his house, not just outside Salman Khan's residence. Of course, security beefed up outside Baba Siddiqui's home, office as well. But this does put a lot of question mark on the Mumbai police network, on how they couldn't get a whiff of the fact that multiple people were targeting Baba Siddiqui. They had conducted recce. They were staying close to where the incident happened. There were weapons being transported. But despite that, there seems to be a very serious intelligence failure. Now, of course, Mumbai police under a lot of pressure, trying to ensure that an incident of this nature doesn't repeat itself.
And moving now to some breaking news coming in. Well, the latest in the Bahraich clashes. In fact, the UP government has asked the top cops of the state, including ADG Law and Order Amitabh Yash, and of course the STF chief, to rush to Bahraich. In fact, these were visuals from earlier today, where there was a sort of standoff between the protesters there and the police. In fact, the police had to fire tear gas shells as well. There was some sort of stone pelting that was reported as well. But remember, what's important here is the background. Remember, it was yesterday that there was some sort of a scuffle, an isolated incident of violence between people from two communities who clashed over the Durga idol immersion. Let me go across to my colleague Ranveer Singh, who's joining us on the phone line, I believe. Ranveer is live with us. Ranveer, the UP police and the UP government keeping a very close watch on the entire situation. But what's the situation on the ground? Is it still tense?
Yes, it's still tense. Seal of Bahraich district, and you can see the crowd. They are having some arms and ammunitions, and
killing of Ram Gopal Mishra, who was in the procession of Durga idol's immersion, and due to some war of words between the two communities, dispute, clash emerged yesterday, and after the clash, the crowd became anger, and they started creating chaos on the roads of Maharashtra. You can see
creating chaos on the roads of Maharashtra. You can see these policemen. They are near the police chowki, and in front of me, the Maharajganj area of is still. And few minutes back, when the policemen used tear gas and they used baton on the angry crowd, the crowd rushed here and there, and now the situation is tense here in not only in Maharajganj but some other parts of Bahraich. So
was out of control, but now the police is trying to take the condition in its control. The top cops like SP, Commissioner DN, they are here on the ground, and policemen, they are using some barricades to stop the crowd. And 2 minutes back, the crowd stormed a showroom of Hero motor vehicles and also some other shops in the Maharajganj town. So the youth, more than 1,000 youth, they are equipped with batons and all, and they attacked police also and also the media. So NDTV was the first channel to reach the spot yesterday, and yesterday we saw that a religious place in the Maharajganj town, the ruckus between the two communities started from there only, when issue of DJ sound and a flag of a specific community. So both the communities started war of words, and it turned into stone pelting and then firing, and Ram Gopal Mishra died in the firing incident. So some of the shops, some of the houses, and some motor vehicle showrooms have been torched here, and the crowd is still on the roads. They are challenging the policemen because police was there. You can see the street. Police was there, and the police trashed and scattered the crowd. But now again, they are on the roads and they are trying to challenge police. And the situation, obviously, is out of control. PM Yogi Adityanath taken cognizance of this issue and asked the top-level officials to visit the ground and control the situation. PM also said that whosoever is responsible for this crash will not be granted. So now the priority of the policemen is to control the situation, but it seems that it is not under control yet.
Ranveer, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. So as Ranveer is reporting, the situation on the ground is tense, certainly is sensitive, but the police trying to curb the situation and contain the crowds from going out of control. In fact, we did see that scuffle there, but top cops of the UP police rushing to Bahraich. Moving on to some more breaking news coming in. Well, just more than 2 weeks ahead of Diwali, the announcement has been made for a complete firecracker ban. This is a regular annual announcement. This was expected to be made. So this ban is on the manufacturing, the storage, and the sale of crackers. So, well, what you see on your screen is exactly what you don't have to do. So there's a complete firecracker ban here in the national capital, and this on the day when the air quality here slipped into the poor category. Let me go across to my colleague Ishika, joining us live. So Ishika, this is an annual announcement that the Pollution Board makes, but almost every year we see that firecrackers are illegally being sold in various markets, even online as well, even though there's a complete firecracker ban. And this firecracker ban has failed completely in the past 5-6 years particularly.
Well, yes, Vedant, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, it is now, it does seem like an annual announcement because every year, we see that, in fact, the Delhi Pollution Control Committee, just ahead of Diwali, in fact, issues an order for complete firecracker ban, and that is what has been done today itself. In fact, not just on manufacture and sale, but also on delivery and and retail of these firecrackers via online platforms have also been banned this time. But certainly, it remains to be seen, Vedant, as to how much impact will it actually have. Because if we see, the numbers, the AQI numbers, today it has already slipped in the poor category. During the day of Diwali, we see how it goes to hazardous category, and it continues to be the story of every year. So this time, will there be any results? That certainly remains to be seen. Over to you.
Absolutely. In fact, if you look at the air quality right now, Ishika, it's almost the poor category in many parts of Delhi. Quickly, before I let you go, take us to some of the areas that are worst affected here in Delhi. What are the AQI levels looking like? This morning, of course, they had slipped into the poor category in areas like Anand Vihar, Dwarka, etc. But what's the situation right now?
Well, Vedant, if we talk about the average air quality here in the national capital, it is at 228. That means in the poor category. But if we talk about places like Anand Vihar, there, in fact, the air quality index has already crossed the 300 mark. So it is certainly, a red alarm buzzing for the, citizens, for the residents of the national capital. And today, if we talk about, Gopal Rai, the environment minister here in the national capital, he today has said that he will be doing an inspection of the construction site. So that is happening on one end. On the other hand, we are also seeing that CAQM has said that they are going to monitor the AQI for a few days before they impose the graded response action plan part 1. So certainly, we'll have to wait and watch with all of these steps being taken. Will there be actually an impact on the ground in the coming days? Over to you.
Ishika, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. So as Ishika is reporting, an annual affair now as the AQI slips into the poor category, these announcements being made, these emergency measures being taken. But what we really need is round-the-year attention to the pollution issue and not knee-jerk measures. With that, we'll step to a short break now, but lots more coming up on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Welcome back. The Maharashtra seat sharing talks picking pace. This as both the BJP and the Congress are now in huddles with the top leadership. In fact, the top Maharashtra leaders are here in the national capital. They are expected to meet the top brass of the BJP. In fact, leaders like Devendra Fadnavis are also expected to be here. He is going to be key as far as the seat sharing is concerned when it comes to the Mahayuti. Maharashtra has been a bit of a challenge for the BJP with its below par performance in Lok Sabha. Though, of course, with the Haryana boost, the BJP's negotiating power has certainly increased. But many Mahayuti leaders pointing to the fact that seat sharing has more or less been finalized as far as the Mahayuti is concerned. Though, of course, it remains to be seen whether it's Eknath Shinde's Sena getting the lion's share. That's certainly what the impression seems to be. But let's quickly listen in to this reaction coming in from a Maharashtra minister.
दिल्ली में आज एक बहुत बड़ी बैठक होने वाली है भारतीय जनता पार्टी कोर ग्रुप की महाराष्ट्र को लेकर। सीट शेयरिंग ऑलमोस्ट फाइनलाइज्ड हो गई है, कैंडिडेट्स के नाम अनाउंस हो जाएंगे। क्या लगता है आपको कि आपस में जो अलायंस पार्टनर्स हैं, आप लोग एनसीपी, सब कुछ ठीक चल रहा है?
सब कुछ ठीक चल रहा है, बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है। हमारे नेता लोग निर्णय ले रहे हैं। हमारी जो सीट शेयरिंग की जो बातें हैं, जो युति की बातें, वो बहुत अच्छी तरह हो गई। कुछ ही दिनों में ये डिक्लेयर हो जाएंगी और बहुत से आनंदमय वातावरण में, समाधानकारक वातावरण में हमारी सीट शेयरिंग हो गई है। सीट शेयरिंग हो गई है।
Moving now to the Mahavikas Aghadi camp, where seat sharing is going to be a challenge, well, yet again, given the fact that the Congress may have to concede more seats to its alliance partners. This, of course, after the Haryana setback. Well, top leaders of the Maharashtra Congress, of course, Prithviraj Chavan there, all of them are expected to meet the top leadership of the Congress here. In fact, Rahul Gandhi is chairing that meet. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, of course, also there at that crucial meeting. It remains to be seen the seat sharing formula that is actually worked out by the Mahavikas Aghadi. Of course, Uddhav Sena has been claiming that it is a central pole as far as Mahavikas Aghadi is concerned. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray's performance at the Lok Sabha polls was certainly quite impressive, which is why remains to be seen who gets the lion's share as far as the Mahavikas Aghadi is concerned. Though, of course, activity has already begun with that big Dashera rally that Uddhav Thackeray held in Mumbai, and also the charge sheet, as they called it, against the Mahayuti government that they released just yesterday. So, of course, a lot of activity happening, but let's listen into what Nana Patole, in fact, had to say on this big meeting today.
देखो, आज हमारे नेता राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष राहुल गांधी, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी और राहुल गांधी जी की अध्यक्षता में एक मीटिंग हो रही है। राज्य के हमारे सभी प्रमुख नेता यहाँ पे उपस्थित रहने वाले हैं। हमारे प्रभारी रमेश चन्नीतला जी भी उसमें रहने वाले हैं और आने वाले चुनाव की सब रणनीति यहाँ पर आज तय की जाएगी। महाविकास आघाड़ी करके ही हम लोग सब महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव में जा रहे हैं।
So, of course, we had seen during the Lok Sabha polls that there was a lot of back and forth between the alliance partners, given the fact that you have Sharad Pawar's NCP, you have Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena, and of course the Congress. So, a lot of stakes there certainly, and the caste arithmetic is something that the Congress will have to look at. Of course, in Haryana, it relied heavily on one caste dominance, on Jat consolidation. That clearly didn't work for the Congress, which is why there needs to be some sort of a recalibration, as experts would point out, in terms of the party's strategy vis-a-vis the caste arithmetic, as well as the larger strategy apropos the alliance partners as well. Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge all holding a key meeting. Maharashtra is going to be extremely critical for the Congress, given the fact that it had pinned a lot of hopes on Haryana to make a sort of a comeback in the heartland. That clearly didn't happen. But Maharashtra is going to be extremely important for the Congress. Let me go across to our senior colleague Sunil Prabhu. Sunil, sir, as we were discussing earlier as well, perhaps some sort of a recalibration of the Congress's strategy, both vis-a-vis the caste arithmetic, which clearly didn't work in Haryana, as well as the situation vis-a-vis the alliance partners. What are you picking up? Is Uddhav Thackeray's Sena likely to get the lion's share? Where do seat sharing talks stand at the moment?
Well, I think the most critical aspect is about winnability, and they'll have to do it, as I've been saying, 100, 188, and of course winnability. So that will be between the Congress and the Shiv Sena and the rest with the NCP. But the strike rate of Mr. Sharad Pawar is always very good because he chooses the winning seats, and that's, I think, the critical aspect. Having said that, who will be the chief ministerial candidate? Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has wanted to be projected as the chief minister. He's conveyed that to the Congress leadership. Will they accept that, or will they not? Will they say that it will be decided after the election results? That's something that Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is not keen on, wanting it to be announced in advance. So that's another aspect. The seat sharing, as you can see every day ahead of the election announcement of the election commission, which is due now anytime for Maharashtra as well as in Jharkhand, the issue uppermost in the minds of the Congress as well as the MVA is that despite all those promises that are being made by the BJP and the cabinet every day on certain issues, how do they counter it in terms of a manifesto, in terms of the guarantees, which has now become a template for the people of Maharashtra. So all those aspects have to be looked at, and I think that's where they're trying to build a consensus and a core group meeting of the Congress leaders, be it Mr. Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Mr. Venugopal, Mr. Ramesh Chennitala, with other senior leaders of the Maharashtra to see that they don't make, as you rightly pointed out, those mistakes that they did in Haryana, in fighting and ensuring that there has a unity of opposition forces and that not many rebels are put up to cut the candidates, the official candidates' vote.
Sunil, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As you're pointing out, winnability is, of course, the key factor when it comes to candidate selection and alliance talks there in Maharashtra. But certainly, politics heating up right ahead of that crucial election commission poll date announcement. With that, we'll slip to a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And finally, if all goes well, Indian Army is set to get a new camel recruit.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV.
Tension prevails in Bahraich after a 22-year-old man died from a gunshot wound on Sunday during a communal clash over music being played during a procession. Several properties have been torched. NDTV has accessed exclusive details in connection with the Baba Siddiqui murder probe. Shiv Kumar, who's the absconding accused, was the leader of the shooting pack, as per details provided by arrested shooters to the police. Security beefed up outside Salman's residence after NCP leader Baba Siddiqui's murder in Maharashtra. Maharashtra seat-sharing talks pick pace. Congress BJP brass in huddle over Maharashtra polls. Top Maharashtra netas are in Delhi ahead of poll date announcement.
Ahead of the Vidhan Sabha polls, Maharashtra government announced a complete toll waiver for light motor vehicles at all 5 entry points into Mumbai, effective from midnight. Kolkata RG doctors await justice on hunger strike. 5 doctors have fallen critically ill. Doctors and government are meeting today amid the nationwide shutdown call. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We are dipping into the BJP press briefing that's coming in at this point in time on the Karnataka Muda controversy.
In accordance with the law and the direction given. देखिए, मदरसा में हम बहुत साफ कहते हैं कि जो लीगली इस्टेब्लिश्ड और प्रॉपर रजिस्टर्ड और लीगल फंक्शनिंग के अनुसार काम कर रहे हैं वो एक कैटेगरी है, और जो नियमानुसार काम नहीं कर रहे हैं वो दूसरी कैटेगरी। यहां समस्या क्या है? दूसरी कैटेगरी के लिए दिल ज्यादा धड़कता है, नियम वालों के लिए, नियम तोड़ने वालों के लिए ज्यादा धड़कता है। यतीन्द्र शर्मा, टीवी 18।
Well, the BJP hitting out at the Congress party over the Karnataka Muda controversy, saying that the Congress is the most corrupt party and have been demanding for Chief Minister Siddaramaya's resignation. We'll go back to that in just a bit. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. This is from Bahraich in UP. Tension continues to prevail in Bahraich after a 22-year-old man died from a gunshot wound on Sunday during a communal clash in the area over music being played during a procession. Protesters have now torched several properties today, including a private hospital in Bahraich area, we are learning. There have been reports that the family members of the victim also reached the Tehsil area with his body to protest. Now, as per the police, 25 to 30 people have been detained, and there are efforts being made in order to bring normalcy in the areas affected by the disturbance. Well, the police is also informed that adequate police force has been deployed and all elements will be identified. Well, the police said that stringent action would be taken against the culprits. Those are latest visuals now that have come in as well. The incident had taken place when a procession carrying an idol of Durga for immersion passed through the Maharajganj Bazaar in Mansoor village. Around half a dozen more people were injured due to stone pelting and firing, as per officials. Now, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath condemned the violence, saying that those who are responsible for it will not be spared. Meanwhile, that's the latest that's coming in at this point in time. Latest visuals that we have at this moment as tension continues to prevail in Bahraich area. We're learning protesters have torched several properties. Also, a private hospital in UP's Bahraich has been damaged by the protesters who've been running amok on streets. A 22-year-old man had died from a gunshot wound yesterday. There was a communal clash that took place in UP's Bahraich yesterday over loud music that was played during a procession, we are learning. But after that, the situation continues to be tense as of today. We'll try and get more details about this in just a bit. We're now shifting our focus to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time in connection with the Baba Siddiqui murder case probe. NDTV has access exclusive details, I beg your pardon. As per police sources, the absconding accused, whose name is Shiv Kumar, was a leader of the shooting pack. These are the details that have been provided by arrested shooters to the police. Now, the shooters during interrogation have also portrayed themselves as innocent and have placed the blame on Shiv Kumar. Well, what we are learning now, as per the plan, Dharmraj and Gurmail were to shoot Baba Siddiqui. But after seeing the crowd and security around Baba Siddiqui, it was Shiv Kumar who said that he will shoot first. Well, we are also learning Shiv Kumar then started shooting indiscriminately. He fired 6 bullet shots on at Baba Siddiqui, after which he succumbed to his injuries. Well, also the information that we have is that after shooting, Shiv Kumar fled from the area, while Dharmraj and Gurmail, they also started running with guns in their hands. But Shiv Kumar managed to hide in the crowd. The crowd and the police, however, did catch Gurmail and Dharmraj. Investigations have also now revealed that all 3 shooters were carrying chili powder and also pepper spray with them. As soon as Shiv Kumar shot at Baba Siddiqui, the assailants threw chili powder at the police guarding Baba Siddiqui. Well, these are latest exclusive details that we are getting at this point in time. My colleague Anuj also is now joining us on the broadcast here. He is outside the crime branch. We are trying to get more details as of now. Well, Anuj, we do understand as per these exclusive details that are available to NDTV, Shiv Kumar, the absconding man, was the leader of the shooting pack. These are the details that have come in from the arrested shooters, that the details that have been provided to the police by them. Now, any information that you've been able to get, any latest update about the accused who's on the run?
The fact that Shiv Kumar is the leader of the pack is what we've gotten to know from the police investigation so far. But then trusting complete that piece of information completely is also going to be risky, and the police is very well aware of this. These two people are trying to make themselves feel innocent or make themselves look innocent by blaming it on someone who is absconding at the moment. When this entire incident happened, when we were talking to the onlookers yesterday, who was the first few respondents to help Baba Siddiqui after he was shot, they said that there were 2 to 3 people present there, and besides Baba Siddiqui, there was another person who got hit on his leg, and it was also confirmed by the police yesterday. While the 2 of those 3 people were caught by the crowd and the police together, the third person managed to flee. Now, from what we know is that the third person, went to Kurla, and from there he travelled to Panvel, and the police actually fear that he might have left the state. And to look for whom, the police have formed as many as 10 to 15 teams which have gone across not only the state but also the country. Besides him, there is also the presence of the 4th individual, and that is Mohammad Zishan Akhtar. Now, this is the person whom police suspect was the one providing arms and was also providing them with several other resources so that they could implement their plan. But what we know as of now is that these 2 co-conspirators, these 2 accused, that is Shiv Kumar and Akhtar, they both are still on the go. The police is still looking for them. Akhtar has some links which kind of proves that he was in a way related to the associates of Lawrence Bishnoi. So Akhtar's presence in this case does strengthen the fact that Lawrence Bishnoi has a direct involvement in this particular case, and that was also rather confirmed in some way when a post was going viral on social media yesterday, by the name of Subbu Lonkar. And when the police was trying to verify the post, a team of the police reached Pune, from where they got hold of Praveen Lonkar, who used his brother's account to post and take responsibility for this particular act. And the content of that post basically gives the responsibility of this activity to the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and says that the only reason why Baba Siddiqui was shot down was because of his closeness with Bollywood actor Salman Khan.
Right.
But now that will be verified in a short while. I'm standing outside, the crime branch is not too far away. I'm standing right outside the Killa court, where Praveen Lonkar will be produced in a while. And when he is produced in the court, it will become clear on what exactly the police think about the social media post and what has been the involvement of the 3 accused who are with the police at the moment. 2 in the police custody and the other one detained at the moment, whose police custody will be sought in a short while from now.
Okay, so 3 people have been arrested so far, and one of them whose police custody is being sought is being taken to the crime branch there, all right, and 2 people are on the run. That includes Shiv Kumar also. Well, this is the version that has come in from the arrested shooters to the police, but there could be more to it. Well, Shiv Kumar and one more person are still on the run. We'll try and get more details about that as well. What has the police been able to do that, in connection with that, whether they have any leads, have they been able to find any information about them, about their whereabouts as well? We'll try and get more details. So stay on with us. We have some more news now that we're tracking at this point in time. Well, after Baba Siddiqui's murder, now actor Salman Khan's security has also been increased. There is tight security outside Salman Khan's house. Well, remember, the Bishnoi gang had threatened Salman Khan also. There was firing also outside Salman Khan's house a few days back. And after which, of course, Baba Siddiqui's murder is definitely something that's quite concerning for Salman Khan as well. Baba Siddiqui, of course, has been a very close friend of Salman Khan, but at the same time, what we are learning is that through that post that came out just yesterday, in which a claim was made that the shooters or the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, they have Salman Khan as their target. And in order to give out a message to Salman Khan, they killed Baba Siddiqui. Well, that's the latest that's coming in at this point in time. My colleague Radhika is also is bringing this report from outside Salman Khan's residence. Take a look.
Baba Siddiqui's murder has sent shockwaves across the city of Mumbai. He was a highly influential politician in Mumbai, especially in Bandra area. He was attacked by shooters. Lawrence Bishnoi gang link is being associated with the murder. And I'm outside Salman Khan's residence. Salman Khan was a very close friend of Baba Siddiqui. He's a close associate of Baba Siddiqui. In fact, Salman Khan was also time and again being targeted by Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Just a few months ago, firing incident took place outside his residence. Prior to that, of course, multiple threats were issued to Salman Khan by the same gang members. As you can see, security has been enhanced outside Salman Khan's residence. A number of police officials are standing guard outside Salman Khan's residence post Baba Siddiqui's murder. At least about 20 constables posted outside since yesterday. Of course, Salman Khan was a close friend of Baba Siddiqui. Baba Siddiqui used to throw iftar parties in which Khans and many from within the Mumbai Bollywood circle would visit. But these are the visuals from outside Khan's residence. Of course, he was time and again targeted by Lawrence Bishnoi gangmen a few months back. Firing took place outside his residence. Number of people were arrested, post which, of course, there was a conspiracy hatched as per police to kill Salman Khan at his farmhouse as well. But before that, attack could take place, the police did make multiple arrests. So many people from the Lawrence Bishnoi gang were arrested in connection to Salman Khan threats as well. But now, with the threat of death of Baba Siddiqui, once again Lawrence Bishnoi link coming up, and a post claiming that Baba Siddiqui was killed, was targeted due to his close association with Salman Khan. So therefore now security beefed up outside his house, not just outside Salman Khan's residence. Of course, security beefed up outside Baba Siddiqui's home, office as well. But this does put a lot of question mark on the Mumbai police network, on how they couldn't get a whiff of the fact that multiple people were targeting Baba Siddiqui. They had conducted recce. They were staying close to where the incident happened. There were weapons being transported. But despite that, there seems to be a very serious intelligence failure. Now, of course, Mumbai police under a lot of pressure, trying to ensure that an incident of this nature doesn't repeat itself.
Well, my colleague Anuj also with us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Anuj, we do understand there could be a security threat to Salman Khan as well after Baba Siddiqui's murder, and that's the reason that security outside his residence has also been increased. What is the police really saying about it, and also any reaction that has come in from the Khan family or any of the well-wishers there?
The police has been mum about the increase in security outside Salman Khan's house. And that has actually been the trend for quite some time, especially after the attack on Salman's house in the month of April. On 14th of April, we saw that multiple shots were fired at his house. And then it also kind of resurfaced this entire rivalry between the Bishnoi gang, Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and Salman Khan. Because in the very next month, that is in the month of May, we saw that there was a plan unearthed by the police about a possible attack that this gang was planning in Panvel, where Salman's famous farmhouse is located, and the members of the gang also did several recce there. And after that, the security was beefed up to a certain level. So, even on a random day, if someone walks down the street of Bandstand, they would see that the number of police personnel outside Salman's house was way more than what would be the case for any other celebrity. As far as the reaction from the Khan family is concerned, there has been no statement from either the well-wishers or the Khan family. But what we know of is that Salman, he was very close to Baba Siddiqui, and he visited the house, and we also know that he has been in constant touch with Zishan and took active participation at the funeral proceedings and all of those things. But Salman hasn't really, neither Salman nor his family members or well-wishers have really talked about this yet as of now.
Okay, thank you so much, Anuj, for getting us all those details there. Please keep an eye on the developments on this big story that we're tracking. We'll get back to you later for more. Meanwhile, that's the latest that's coming in. We have some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi is part of the meeting called by Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge on the poll preparedness of the Congress party for the upcoming Maharashtra election. Well, the meeting in Delhi comes in the backdrop of the party's defeat in Haryana Assembly polls and the recalibrating aspirations of its MBA allies over seat sharing and the chief minister post. With Maharashtra going to poll soon, the meeting assumes significance as Congress's alliance partners in the state has started flexing muscles over seat sharing and the CM post. Let's listen into Nana Patole first.
देखो, आज हमारे नेता राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी और राहुल गांधी जी की अध्यक्षता में एक मीटिंग हो रही है। राज्य के हमारे सभी प्रमुख नेता यहाँ पे उपस्थित रहने वाले हैं। हमारे प्रभारी रमेश चन्नीथला जी भी उसमें रहने वाले हैं और आने वाले चुनाव की सब रणनीति यहाँ पर आज तय की जाएगी। महाविकास आघाड़ी करके ही हम लोग सब महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव में जा रहे हैं।
Well, Sunil Prabhu also joins us on the broadcast, getting us more details about this meeting. Well, Sunil, key meeting of the Congress party underway at the moment, we do understand. What is the challenge in front of the Congress party when it comes to Maharashtra and, seat sharing with allies?
Well, there are a huge amount of issues which the Congress wants to get its house in order after the, unexpected results in Haryana. Despite 11% surge in vote share, they weren't able to, rest that state because of the 0.4 difference. And they know it's a do-or-die battle in Maharashtra. And it's in that backdrop that the Congress President, Mr. Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, the General Secretary Organization, Mr. Venugopal, the in charge of the state, Ramesh Channithala, sitting down with the leader of opposition, the PCC chief, the other senior leaders in Maharashtra to chalk out how they go about this entire process. They know that there has to be unity of opposition forces. There are 288 seats which are going to the polls. Out of that, the formula has always been around 100 seats for Congress, 100 seats for the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, and the rest for the NCP. But the most important aspect is which seats, the winnability. And that, I think, is most important, where the strike rate is very good. The NCP has always chosen most of the winning seats and has always had a great striking rate. And I think the Congress also wants to concentrate along with Uddhav Thackeray. And more importantly, the projection of Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, a key demand that he has made to become the chief minister of the alliance in case it wins. So all those points have to be looked at. There are other guarantees that have to be done. So the mistakes that have happened in the Haryana election, the rebel factor, for example, the unity of opposition forces, the role of infighting amongst others, all these factors have now weighed on the Congress leadership to ensure that Maharashtra needs to speak in one voice, the Maharashtra unit of the Congress party. With elections now, the Election Commission expected to announce either tomorrow or not earlier, day after. It's expected any day. So we'll have to wait and see how things play out once that election bugle is sounded.
Yes, thank you so much, Sunil, for getting us all those details there. Well, the meeting is still underway. We are learning. We'll be keeping an eye on the developments there and get you more as to what really comes out of that meeting. Will the Congress and other alliance partners of the Congress in the MBA be at the same page when it comes to seat sharing and deciding on the post of the chief minister in Maharashtra? Well, that is something that that remains to be seen, of course. Some more news now. A crucial meeting of the BJP is also going to be held in the national capital shortly to finalize the name of candidates for the upcoming Maharashtra elections. The party is expected to release its first list of candidates within the next 2 days. We are learning the Maharashtra core group meeting today will take place at around 2 p.m. Seat sharing discussions will be taking place in this meeting. After Haryana, the BJP is expected to focus on narrative building and organizational strength. And also, we're learning smaller meetings are going to take place with communities also in Maharashtra by the BJP and its leaders.
दिल्ली में आज एक बहुत बड़ी बैठक होने वाली है भारतीय जनता पार्टी कोर ग्रुप की महाराष्ट्र को लेकर। सीट शेयरिंग ऑलमोस्ट फाइनलाइज हो गई है, कैंडिडेट्स के नाम अनाउंस हो जाएंगे। क्या लगता है आपको कि आपस में जो अलायंस पार्टनर्स हैं, आप लोग एनसीपी, सब कुछ ठीक चल रहा है?
सब कुछ ठीक चल रहा है, बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है। हमारे नेता लोग निर्णय ले रहे हैं। हमारी जो सीट शेयरिंग की जो बातें हैं, जो युति की बातें, वो बहुत अच्छी तरह हो गई। कुछ ही दिनों में ये डिक्लेयर हो जाएंगी और बहुत से आनंदमय वातावरण में, समाधानकारक वातावरण में हमारी सीट शेयरिंग हो गई है, सीट शेयरिंग हो गई है।
All right. Well, my colleague Aishwarya now joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. You've spoken to the Maharashtra leader there, although he seems to be saying that everything is all right. It all seems well in the Maharashtra BJP alliance. But are there challenges, Aishwarya? What are you picking up?
Well, the main challenge behind the Bharatiya Janata Party and its alliance are the complete vote share and the transfer of the votes as far as the seat sharing is concerned. The Bharatiya Janata Party wants that those seats that they are offering to the NCP Ajit Pawar and to the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena faction, there should be complete vote transfer of the Bharatiya Janata Party to those political parties as well and to the smaller political parties where they will come in alliance with. As far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, they have stated that in Maharashtra, specifically in Mumbai, there had been several meetings in the past that had conducted, and a very fine-tuned narrative had been set as far as the seat sharing formula is concerned. That had been decided. The sources have revealed to us that there might be almost 40 to 45 seats that could be given to the NCP Ajit Pawar. On 80 to 85 seats, it would be Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena, and almost 160 to 170 seats is something that Bharatiya Janata Party is looking forward to fight on. But the final formula will come out in a day or two, because today is a very important BJP core group meeting that has been called at BJP headquarters in the presence of Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP President JP Nadda. Top leaders from the Maharashtra, including the DCM Devendra Fadnavis, has also been called into to the national capital, and shortly the meeting will start to finalize the candidates of the Bharatiya Janata Party who will be fighting in the upcoming assembly polls in Maharashtra.
All right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. Well, it remains to be seen what is decided upon the seat sharing formula also, and if there is agreement between the allies in Maharashtra of the BJP Shiv Sena alliance over the seats, of course, and the names of the candidates. We'll keep an eye on the developments there. Meanwhile, some more news now that we're tracking ahead of the Vidhan Sabha polls. The Maharashtra government has announced a complete toll waiver for light motor vehicles at all 5 entry points into Mumbai, effective from midnight. The decision was made during today's state cabinet meeting presided over by Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and attended by Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar and their cabinet colleagues. The toll charge for light motor vehicles at the toll plazas was 45 rupees. Now the waiver applies to toll booths at Dahisar, Mulund, Vashi and Tinhat Naka as well as Airoli. Maharashtra Chief Minister announced in the cabinet meeting that full toll exemption will be given for light motor vehicles at all these 5 toll booths entering Mumbai. Listen in.
निश्चित रूप से इससे उनका समय बचेगा, पोल्यूशन कम होगा और यहाँ पर ट्रैफिक नहीं होगा, और इसलिए फ्यूल बचेगा, और इसलिए ये बहुत बड़ा एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय, ये मास्टर स्ट्रोक है। और इसीलिए हम लोग जब पहले लाडली बहन योजना की, लाडला किसान योजना की, लाडला भाई योजना की, अभी ऐसे लाडला हमारा प्रवासी, ये भी योजना हमने कर दी है।
Joining with me is Naresh Maske, Member of Parliament from Maharashtra. सर, महाराष्ट्र कैबिनेट ने आज बहुत बड़ा फैसला लिया है। जो टोल्स हैं मुंबई के आसपास 5 टोल्स, उनको फ्री कर दिया गया है। इलेक्शन से पहले आप समझते हैं कि बहुत बड़ा डिसीजन है मुंबई का?
ये देखो, बहुत बड़ा निर्णय माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहब, उप मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस, अजीत दादा और पूरा राज्य मंत्रिमंडल ने लिया है। ये निर्णय लेना कोई आसान बात नहीं है। बम्बई में रहने वाले और बम्बई के आजू बाजू के शहरों में रहने वाले, महाराष्ट्र में रहने वाले लोगों की ये मांग थी, कितने सालों से ये मांग थी कि टोल माफ़ी दो, और ये निर्णय माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहब जी के नेतृत्व में लिया है। हमारे मराठी में कहते हैं कि ऐसा कोई निर्णय लेना यड़ा गबाड़ा का काम नहीं है, इसको धैर्यवान आदमी चाहिए। देखो, लोगों की मांग है और लोगों की मांग पूरी करने के लिए राज्य की तिजोरी के लिए कोई थोड़ी कम हो जाएगी तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। लोगों की डिमांड इम्पोर्टेंट है, लोगों का जो मांग है वो इम्पोर्टेंट, और निर्णय माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहब ने लिया है। पूरे आज देखो तुम महाराष्ट्र में, मुंबई के अंदर के लोग, मुंबई के बाहर के लोग खुश हुए। मैं थाना सिटी में रहता हूँ, मेरे नज़दीक ही मुंबई शहर है, मेरे को हर एक काम के लिए मुंबई शहर में जाना पड़ता है। जब मैं टोल देता हूँ तो मुझे थोड़ा बुरा लगता है कि अरे मैं जाने के लिए पैसा दूँ, लेकिन जो निर्णय लिया है वो लोगों की मांग थी, लोगों की डिमांड थी, वो पूरी करने के लिए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहब ने ये निर्णय लिया है।
जब कई वर्षों से टोल वसूल के लाखों करोड़ों रुपए आपने एक प्रकार से जनता से ले लिए, तो अब छोटे क्यों बड़े क्यों सभी को मुफ्त कर दीजिए ना, ये टोल बंद कर दीजिए ना, क्योंकि टोल के पैसे भर भर के लोगों की जेबें खाली हो गई। जो छोटा वाहन चला रहा है, जो बड़ा वाहन चला रहा है, तो सब देश के राज्य के नागरिक ही ना, क्यों परेशान कर रहे हैं आप? एक तो चुनाव के एक दिन 2 दिन जब डिक्लेयर होने वाला है उसके पहले आप योजना ला, क्या गारंटी है कि ये योजना चुनाव के बाद रहने वाली है? वैसे तो आप सरकार में आने वाले नहीं है, लेकिन आपकी मनसा दुनिया के सामने आ रही है कि आप चुनावी लाभ लेने के लिए ऐसी योजनाओं को लाते हैं।
Well, the opposition there in UBT Sena leader Anand Dubey rather speaking to media, saying that it's because of the elections that such a move is being entertained, and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde announcing this just a few days before the announcement of dates is to happen. This is not a master stroke, but it is a political stunt. That is what Mr. Anand Dubey was saying there. Well, my colleague Anuj is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Well, reactions coming in from both sides. Anuj, the Chief Minister himself called it a master stroke, but it definitely comes before the Maharashtra Assembly elections are to take place. Well, the date announcement is also going to take place in a day or two. You know, the question here is whether this is going to benefit people or not. And as Mr. Anand Dubey also was pointing out here in that reaction to the media, whether this is going to sustain or stay after the elections or not, that's the big question.
That's the biggest question at the moment, whether, you know, the sustainability of the policies and of the schemes which have been brought days before the election or the announcement of the election dates here. But toll has been a contentious issue here, especially in Mumbai, for several years, close to 2 or 3 decades now. You know, these 5 tolls that we are talking about, these are the entry and the exit point, mostly the entry points here in the city from the close by districts. And, you know, ever since the late 90s and the early 2000s, when the influx of people started going up on a daily basis, several flyovers were constructed under the leadership of the current road minister, who is Nitin Gadkari, who was back then heading the Maharashtra Road Transport Corporation. And to kind of compensate for the 55 to 60 flyovers which were built in the city, as many as 5 toll nakas were commissioned at different points of the city, be it Daisar, be it Mulund, Vashi, Airoli Creek, etc. And these were the tolls which had been contentious for the longest period of time. Several activists and several commuters had stressed on the fact how the compensation for the construction of all of these flyovers had actually, in fact, gotten over in the 10 days, in the 10 years after the after the introduction of these tolls only. That is just 2012. But then there were also allegations on different governments, whichever party came to the power, on keeping these tolls alive just to kind of fill their pockets. In fact, it was Chief Minister Eknath Shinde himself who last year in the Vidhan Parishad said that they've extended the duration of these tolls till 2027. And it is quite interesting that 1 year after the statement given by him, he, right a few days, if not a few hours before the announcement of the election dates, cancels all of those tolls for the light motor vehicles. And that becomes an important point as well. Tolls have always been a very political issue here in Maharashtra, especially when you talk about a party like MNS, Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, or even the UBT faction of Shiv Sena, or even before the split, the unified Shiv Sena. They had been focusing on tolls as an important political issue, and there were movements across the state, not just necessarily
okay,
in Mumbai, but across the state,
seems
which
like
asked
a
for
ploy to
the
catch
government to
votes.
take down the tolls.
You know, going by what you're saying, well, it looks like, well, the political parties are using this issue and, providing waiver to, toll waiver to people. And this, of course, this decision now that has been taken by the Maharashtra government coming just right before the elections looks like they're trying to woo the voters, of course. course, and try to catch some more votes. But how this really turns out, that remains to be seen, of course. Thank you so much, Anuj, for getting us all those details. It's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that
Welcome back after the break. The Federation of All India Medical Association called for a nationwide shutdown of elective services in hospitals from today in solidarity with medics' ongoing protest in West Bengal. But now they've postponed it. As per the Federation, they said that the protest will take place on October 15th if the talks between the state government in Bengal and doctors fail. The West Bengal Chief Secretary also called for an emergency meeting with the protesting doctors in Kolkata. Well, my colleague Shreya also joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Shreya, any information about this meeting that was called between the protesting doctors and the West Bengal Chief Secretary?
Right, the meeting is ongoing right now, and as many as 12 doctors organization, representatives of these 12 medical organizations is part of this meeting with the Chief Secretary of West Bengal, Manoj Pant, who's of course representing the state administration, and the doctors here, the junior doctors who are at this protest site, and 7 of them are on this fast unto death strike here. They are, there is a sense of resignation among them. They're not expecting much from the meeting, but it's a crucial meeting. It's a high-level meeting with senior doctors and some key medical bodies, and depending on the outcome of this meeting, the FIMA, the Federation of All India Medical Association, will be postponing its suspension of elective services from tomorrow. And right now here, of course, the junior doctors, along with other supporters from across the city of Kolkata, who have gathered here at Dharamtala in Kolkata, central Kolkata, they will be leading this rally to Raj Bhavan, which is the governor's house here in Dharamtala, and the rally will begin any time now. Meanwhile, the meeting is ongoing. We do not have any information as to what is going on in the meeting, but it's a crucial meeting that is there for sure, because this fast that the junior doctors are on is quite appalling, because 3 doctors are they've already been hospitalized,
despite the meeting being still underway
right now, and 7 of them.
Well, are these protesters going to go ahead with their rally or the protest despite being the meeting between the government representatives and the doctors being underway, still being underway? Are they not going to wait for any result?
That's right. That's right. So they will be starting the rally in 10 minutes from now, and of course this is a high-level meeting. It will go on for a good amount of time, and they will not. The junior doctors will not be waiting for the end of the meeting, because understand that the meeting is between the Chief Secretary of West Bengal and senior doctors, representatives of these very important high-level medical organizations like the IMA. But this year the rally is being held by the Junior Doctors Front, the West Bengal Junior Doctors Front, which is the umbrella organization of all the junior doctors here. So this is a separate rally, and it is going to take place any moment now. And meanwhile, the meeting will also is also being taken place.
All right, Shreya, we'll try and get more details as developments take place on that meeting that's taking place at the moment. Yes, Shreya, thank you so much for all those details there. We'll come back to you later for more on that. Meanwhile, we have some more news now that we're tracking. The Delhi Pollution Control Committee has issued an order for a complete ban on all kinds of firecrackers in the national capital. A ban has been imposed on the manufacturing, storage and selling, including delivery through online marketing platforms and bursting of all kinds of firecrackers up to 1st January 2025. Well, my colleague Ishika also joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Ishika, well, this was unexpected lines.
Well, yes, certainly, Kitty. You know, we do see that every year after, the government comes up with the winter action plan, it is certainly included that there will be a cracker ban. And that is what has happened even now. Today, in fact, the Delhi Pollution Control Committee has issued the order for the complete ban on crackers. That means no manufacturing, no selling, no storage, and also this time, no delivery through online platforms. But certainly, even after that, the question that, is still in the minds of many is that, what will be the impact? Because after, year after year, we see that there is absolutely no impact on the ground. So today, in fact, we spoke to the Environment Minister in the Delhi government, Gopal Rai, regarding this, and he says that, it is the job of the Delhi government to enforce this, but for that, for it to be successful, there needs to be more participation from the people of Delhi. And that is why, in fact, he says that this time we are, in fact, encouraging more and more people to follow this. But remains to be seen that how much of impact will it show this time on the ground. Over to you.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you so much, Rishika, for getting us all those details there. Well, that's the big update that's coming in. This cracker ban has been imposed in Delhi up to 1st January 2025. Whether it will have an impact again or not, that remains to be seen, of course. Some more news now. This is coming in from Kerala. The Kerala police has arrested Malayalam actor Baiju Santosh in the early hours today for drunk driving and causing an accident. Well, the incident took place as Baiju was driving from Kodiyar to Manaviyam Vidhi. My colleague Uma joins us on the broadcast here. Uma, what more details about this case do we have?
So this happened early morning today, and what we understand is that the car not just crashed into the two-wheeler but also into an electric pole there. And then the vehicle was not able to move after that because the tire itself got damaged, after which the museum police arrived there. This is in Kochi, and detained Baiju and conducted a medical test as well. We are told that his arrest was recorded shortly after midnight, actually. So the accident happened around the midnight hours, and the arrest also happened at around that time. Thankfully, the two-wheeler person who has suffered injuries, who has escaped with his life and who has not been seriously hurt by this, but certainly the police taking quite a serious note of it and recording cases of rash driving as well as drunken driving under the Motor Vehicles Act against the actor. In fact, another actor also, not in this case, but in another case of where his ex-wife had complained against him, there's an actor Bala who has also been arrested in Kerala itself, and in that case they have in fact booked cases of outraging modesty of a woman as well as under the Juvenile Justice Act, because his minor daughter as well as wife are said to have been hurt by the comments that he had made on social media.
Yes, two cases coming in from Kerala where two Malayalam actors now have been taken into custody, as our colleague Uma has been informing us. We'll keep an eye on the developments there on these two big stories that we're tracking and get you more. We have more news that we're tracking from Bahraich in UP now. Tension continues to prevail in the area after a 22-year-old man died from a gunshot wound on Sunday during a communal clash in UP's Bahraich. This was over loud music being played during a procession. Protesters have now torched several properties, we are learning, including a private hospital as well in UP's Bahraich. There are reports also that the family members of the victim had reached the Tehsil area with the body of the victim to protest. Well, the Bahraich police has informed that 25 to 30 people have been detained and efforts are being made to bring normalcy in the areas affected by disturbance. The police also said that adequate police has been deployed in the area and stringent action would be taken against the violators. Well, the incident had taken place when a procession carrying an idol of goddess Durga for immersion passed through Maharajganj Bazaar in Mansoor village. Around half a dozen more people were injured due to stone pelting and firing as per the police. The UP Chief Minister also condemned the violence, saying that those responsible for it will not be spared. We have big breaking news now coming in. At this point in time, we are learning it's a Congress Haryana poll loss fallout. The Congress Haryana in charge has now offered to resign. We are learning Deepak Babaria has offered to resign after Congress's loss in the recently held assembly polls. My colleague Aishwarya joins us on the broadcast here. We're learning now Deepak Babaria offering to resign, taking moral responsibility for the loss in Haryana. Aishwarya.
Well, that's right, and that's the first leader from the Congress party who had taken responsibility after the debacle in the Haryana polls. Recently, remember, it was the Congress party who faced a huge loss as far as the elections are concerned, and it was, someone who the internal Congress party wanted to take responsibility. Deepak Babaria was in charge of the Congress party for the state of Haryana, now offers to resign from the post, taking the moral responsibility. It was, of course, remember, different leaders from the Congress party who were stating before the elections that they are going to win these elections by a huge margin. In fact, the internal survey that was conducted by the Congress party also showed that wave of the party, but at last, after the results came, it was Bharatiya Janata Party who had, got a comfortable victory. In fact, the most successful one, and now it is after days of the results. Deepak Babaria, who is in charge
and
for
also
the Congress,
on the very day of the election, the Congress party had said that had sent a complaint to the EC also, saying that the EC wasn't maybe doing its job properly, and the updates that were being made on the website of the EC were quite slow. But after all of that has now happened, finally, one person, yes, this is the first resignation now. Deepak Babaria, who was the Congress in charge of Haryana, he's offered to resign, taking the responsibility for the loss in Haryana polls. Will there be more? That, of course, remains to be seen. We'll keep an eye on the developments there. Some more news now that we're tracking after Baba Siddiqui's murder. In Maharashtra, now actor Salman Khan's security has been tightened. There is huge security outside Salman Khan's house now. We are learning now. That's the latest visuals now that's coming in. Those two visuals on your TV screens. On the left-hand side, you have visuals from April 2024, a few months back when there was firing outside Salman Khan's residence in order to scare him. And Lawrence Bishnoi gang also had taken responsibility back then. And now there is tight security outside Salman Khan's house after Baba Siddiqui's murder, who was a close friend of Salman Khan as well. And the note that was seen yesterday, a post on social media, which was said to be one of by one of the members of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. It claimed that Salman Khan has been the target, and it looks like in order to send out a message to him, Baba Siddiqui was killed. We're shifting our focus now to some breaking news that's coming in. It's from Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu braces for heavy rains, and now IMD has issued an orange alert for Chennai and neighboring areas. Schools and colleges are closed tomorrow as per the information coming in. The Tamil Nadu government has announced school holidays. Even colleges are now shut in 4 districts. Also, we are learning in view of the heavy rains in parts of Tamil Nadu, a work from home advisory has also been issued for IT companies. The work from home advisory has been issued from 15th to 18th October. We are learning. All right, we'll try and get more details about this in just a bit. Meanwhile, we do understand an orange alert for Chennai has already been issued, and we are learning heavy to very heavy rainfall is expected in parts of Chennai and other areas in Tamil Nadu. But at this point in time, the latest information that's coming in is that the Tamil Nadu government has announced that schools and colleges will be shut tomorrow, as well as a work from home advisory has been issued for IT companies. This is from 15th to 18th October. That is from tomorrow, Tuesday, to 18th October. This advisory has been issued. We'll try and get more details about this. There could be heavy rainfall in the coming days in Tamil Nadu. And the state is now gearing up to face the heavy rainfall in the state, of course, but arrangements also are being made by the state government at the very same time. My colleague Sam is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Well, Sam, we do understand schools and colleges are going to be closed and a work from home advisory has also been issued. What is the situation at the moment on the ground, and what are we expected to see in the coming days?
Kitty, as we speak now, there is not much of rain, but they anticipate heavy rainfall during the course of the day today, turning into very heavy rainfall tomorrow, and it could be extremely heavy rainfall as well tomorrow. As a precautionary step, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has declared a rain holiday for schools and colleges in Chennai and 3 other neighboring districts of Chengalpattu, Kanchipuram and Thiruvallur to begin with. That's for tomorrow. And all the IT companies in Chennai and adjoining districts have been given an advisory to go for work from home, not just tomorrow, but till the 18th, from 15th till 18th. And the government says they're expecting a total of 40 centimeters rain in the next 3 days. And one of these days alone could account for 20 centimeters rain. That's what they are saying.
Okay.
And in terms of public appeal, M.K. Stalin has urged public to plan according to the heavy rainfall forecast, taking into account preparation for the expecting mothers, the elderly, and for the sick at home. And he has advised them to not go outside unnecessarily without any valid reasons, not to believe in rumors, but to heed to government advisory in terms of need for evacuation if required. In terms of preparations, he has instructed authorities to ensure enough number of boats, enough deployment of NDRF and TNDR personnel are in place today itself. And people have been advised to stay away from snapped power connections. In terms of the other preparedness, both Chennai Corporation and adjoining districts have deployed enough number of water pumps, tree cutters, JCBs and volunteers to be in place just in case if things go out of hand. Lastly, last year Chennai and several parts of southern Tamil Nadu, including Thoothukudi, suffered very badly because of extremely heavy, unprecedented rainfall. And this time they hope things could be better, but authorities are not taking any chances.
Okay,
Kitty.
all efforts are being made in order to prepare for any adverse situation. Of course, integrated command centers have also been set up, and the government is also going to keep an eye on the situation on the ground, of course. Thank you so much, Sam, for getting us all those details there. It's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries. Shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade. How come you've agreed to speak after so long?
I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Meera Radia as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Meera Radia.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade. How come you've agreed to speak after so long?
I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Meera Radia as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Meera Radia.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on
Bairaj tense after the Durga Puja clash. Internet has been shut down in UP's Bairaj. This is the UP government rushes top cops including ADG Law and Order Amitabh Yash to Bairaj. NDTV exclusive. It was a missing shooter, in fact, who fired at Baba Siddiqui. Sources said NDTV Baba's son Zishan is now also on target. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde says Baba's murderer won't be spared. In Mumbai, it's a toll tussle ahead of the poll battle. Well, the Maharashtra government announces a toll tax waiver. The Uddhav Thackeray Sena says the toll tax waiver is a poll dole. Maharashtra seat sharing talks pick pace. The Congress and the BJP brass in huddles ahead of the Maharashtra polls. Top Maharashtra netas are in Delhi ahead of the poll date announcement. A complete firecracker ban in Delhi till January 2025. A ban on manufacturing, storage and sale of crackers. And the firecracker ban comes just days ahead of Diwali. 2 months on, the RGK doctors await justice. On hunger strike, 5 doctors are now critically ill. This as a doctors' government meeting has also been planned amid the nationwide shutdown call. All right, breaking news coming in. India's strong rejection of Canada's allegation. Well, amid the diplomatic escalation, India slams Canada. In fact, very strong language used is in the response. In fact, let me read out some key bits from the statement. India says we have received diplomatic communication from Canada yesterday suggesting that the Indian High Commissioner and other diplomats are persons of interest in a matter related to an investigation in that country. The government of India has strongly rejected these, what it calls preposterous imputations, ascribing them to the political agenda of the Trudeau government. Let me go across live to my colleague Vishnu Shom joining us on the phone line. So Vishnu, some pretty strong language used there in that statement.
I think this is the strongest language I've ever read by New Delhi in an official press release issued to any nation other than Pakistan. This is after India received communication from Canada suggesting that the Indian High Commissioner and other diplomats at the Indian High Commission in Ottawa and elsewhere were quote-unquote persons of interest who were being investigated or in a matter related to an investigation in Canada. In its statement just now, the government of India, and I quote, strongly rejects these preposterous imputations and ascribes them to the political agenda of the Trudeau government that is centered around vote bank politics. I'm going to keep reading this because it gets even stronger. Since Prime Minister Trudeau made certain allegations in September 2023, the Canadian government has not shared a shred of evidence with the government of India despite many requests from our side. This latest step follows interactions that have again witnessed assertions without any facts. This leaves little doubt that on the pretext of an investigation, there is a deliberate strategy of smearing India for political gains. Prime Minister Trudeau's hostility to India has long been in evidence. In 2018, his visit to India, which was aimed at currying favor with the vote bank, rebounded to his discomfort. His cabinet has included individuals who've openly associated with an extremist and separatist agenda regarding India. His naked interference in Indian internal politics in December 2020 showed how far he was willing to go in this regard. That his government was dependent on a political party whose leader openly espouses a separatist ideology vis-a-vis India only aggravated matters. Under criticism for turning a blind eye to foreign interference in Canadian politics, his government has deliberately brought in India in an attempt to mitigate the damage. This latest development targeting Indian diplomats is now the next step in that direction. It is no coincidence that it takes place as Prime Minister Trudeau is to depose before a commission on foreign interference. It also serves the anti-India separatist agenda that the Trudeau government has constantly pandered to for narrow political gain. To that end, the Trudeau government has consciously provided space to violent extremists and terrorists to harass, threaten, and intimidate Indian diplomats.
All right, we seem to have lost that line with Vishnu there. We'll try and reconnect. But as Vishnu was pointing out, the strongest ever language that India has used vis-a-vis Canada, in fact, India is saying that evidence needs to be put out, in the matter that Canada had raised last year, the Niger killing. In fact, what has triggered this entire diplomatic escalation between India and Canada is, as India puts it, the fact that Canada has suggested that the Indian High Commissioner and other diplomats are persons of interest in a matter related to an investigation in that country. So that, of course, is the premise of this entire statement. But I think Vishnu is back with us. Vishnu, yes, go ahead. You were talking to us about the statement, and also, something that India has reiterated time and again, that evidence needs to be put out, when it comes to allegations made by Canada.
The statement goes on to say that High Commissioner Sanjay Kumar Verma is India's senior most serving diplomat with a distinguished career spanning 36 years. He has been ambassador in Japan and Sudan, while also serving in Italy, Turkey, Vietnam and China. The aspersions cast on him by the government of Canada are ludicrous and deserve to be treated with contempt. And the last paragraph is perhaps the strongest, Vedant, when the government of India says, the government of India has taken cognizance of the activities of the Canadian High Commission in India that serve the political agenda of the current regime. This led to the implementation of the principle of reciprocity in regard to diplomatic representation. India now reserves the right to take further steps in response to these latest efforts of the Canadian government to concoct allegations against Indian diplomats. This is one step, Vedant, I would suggest, short of asking the Canadian High Commissioner or senior officials of the Canadian mission in India to leave the country.
Vishnu, where does it go from here? Of course, recently we saw that there was some sort of consensus, but diplomatic ties between India and Canada have been at an all-time low. Where does it go from here now?
You're quite right. There was a sense that Canada was trying to, fix, in a sense, the relationship between India and between New Delhi and Ottawa, which has really plummeted over the last 1 year. The equivalent of the Indian Foreign Secretary, the Deputy Canadian Foreign Minister, in a statement to that House Interference Committee, seemed to suggest, or stated in fact, that the territorial integrity of India was sacrosanct. And that was seen to be perhaps an indicator to Khalistani elements within Canada that, look, India is united, because ultimately the Khalistani movement questions India's territorial integrity. Be that as it may, in reaching out to the government of India yesterday, the Canadian High Commission, the Canadian government, has gone to the extent of stating that that the Indian High Commissioner, who is the senior most serving Indian diplomat presently, with 36 years of service, of interest, in addition to other individuals. This comes, of course, after allegations were made by Canada last year that there was an India hand in attacks on or in the death of a Canadian national who we know to be a Khalistani extremist. India has consistently rejected that allegation and has once again in the statement today said that there was not an iota of evidence or a shred of evidence which had been provided by the government of Canada. But what is particularly striking is the direct attack by New Delhi on the politics of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau himself, which the government of India says is the latest step following assertions that have again witnessed assertions without any facts. Trudeau, the government of India says, is hostile to India. That has been evident for many years. He is pandering to vote bank politics. His cabinet has included individuals who've openly associated with an extremist and separatist agenda against India. This is now the lowest that India has in terms of its bilateral relationship with, I would suggest, any Western country. And it's tragic that this has to be Canada, but the differences are stark. And New Delhi not accepting the fact that under the pretext of freedom of speech, Khalistani terrorists and their sympathizers are allowed to get away with open threats to Indian mission personnel in Canada.
All right, Vishnu, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Vishnu is reporting, the strongest ever language that New Delhi has used vis-a-vis Canada. In fact, as Vishnu is pointing out, a direct attack at Justin Trudeau's politics. In fact, India has said that Justin Trudeau has been hostile to India, citing various instances in the recent past, including, of course, the fact that he was seen at an event where anti-India slogans were raised as well. So as Vishnu is reporting, well, this is a new diplomatic low as far as India-Canada ties are concerned. Where does it go from here? That remains to be seen. But India has made it clear that if there are certain allegations that Canada is making, then evidence needs to be put out in the public domain. That is the crux of the matter, something that India has said time and again when it comes to the entire Niger killing issue. Moving now to some political news from back home. Well, the Deepak Babaria, who is the Congress General Secretary in charge of Haryana, he has offered to resign after the election drubbing that the Congress faced in Haryana. Of course, it was absolutely unprecedented given the fact that almost all exit polls predicted that the Congress is coming back to power after 10 years in Haryana, but certainly a poll drubbing there. And this is after a series of meetings, a lot of introspection on the part of the Congress that Deepak Babaria perhaps has sort of offered to resign. But it's not about Deepak Babaria, it's about the larger story of the Congress High Command having failed to, in a sense, bring the two warring factions sit across the table and, sort of come to some sort of consensus. But let me go across to our senior colleague, Sunil Prabhu. So Sunil sir, this is not just about Deepak Babaria, it's about the larger question of the Congress High Command perhaps also taking responsibility and, the question of Congress High Command having failed in bringing together the two warring factions in Haryana.
That's right. I think Deepak Babaria is being made a fall guy. He's the one who started crying in the CEC meeting. He's the one who put up his hands. He's the same person who went into AIMS during the run-up to the assembly elections. And the real person who was in charge is the screening committee head as well as treasurer of the party, Mr. Ajay Makhan. He was very much in control right up till the very end, along with the other observers, Mr. Ashok Gehlot as well as Mr. Pratap Singh Bajwa, among others who were appointed at a later stage. But it was Mr. Ajay Makhan who was really in charge, and Deepak Babaria is now being made the fall guy. He's offered his resignation. He'll take moral responsibility because you have Delhi, that is also where he's in charge of. But that being said, I think there are lots to be learnt, and that is what we learnt in today's meeting of the Congress party in Maharashtra. Where the Congress president as well as Rahul Gandhi have now decided to re-strategize. One key fact which in an exclusive interview Mr. Ramesh Chennitala has made clear to us, that we are not going to project a chief minister, even though Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has very categorically wanted to be projected as the chief minister. That will be done after the elections. They are going to, they are on their way back to Mumbai to have a PEC meeting and to decide on the various issues in terms of seat sharing, and they're trying to find that seat sharing formula 100, 188. That's not been finalized, but they look at winnability. And it's on that basis how the Congress party will have to play it out, and it's very important to see how things go from here.
All right, Sunil sir, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. So Deepak Babaria there offering to resign. This, of course, right ahead of the Delhi Assembly polls as well, which are likely to be held early next year. And of course, he is the Congress in charge here as well. But moving now to the big focus, and that is Maharashtra. Well, both the Congress and the BJP are in separate huddles here in the national capital. Top Maharashtra leaders are expected to meet the leadership, the central leadership. In fact, the key Congress meeting was held in which Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, all these leaders were present. This, of course, as there seems to be a need on the part of the Congress to recalibrate its poll strategy. Will it concede more seats to its alliance partners? That is certainly the big question. Will it, in a sense, also recalibrate when it comes to the caste arithmetic, the caste strategy, which certainly has failed in Haryana? Will there be a chief ministerial candidate that the alliance will project? Uddhav Thackeray has made it clear that he has stakes and he is somebody who would be keen to be projected as the chief ministerial candidate with the Congress, in a sense, concede to that. All of those questions need to be answered. But let's listen to what Nana Patole, in fact, had to say.
देखो, आज हमारे नेता राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष राहुल गांधी, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी और राहुल गांधी जी की अध्यक्षता में एक मीटिंग हो रही है। राज्य के हमारे सभी प्रमुख नेता यहाँ पे उपस्थित रहने वाले हैं। हमारे प्रभारी रमेश चन्नीतला जी भी उसमें रहने वाले हैं, और आने वाले चुनाव की सब रणनीति यहाँ पर आज तय की जाएगी। महाविकास आघाड़ी करके ही हम लोग सब महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव में जा रहे हैं।
Meanwhile, the BJP is also in a huddle. Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is expected in the national capital as well, and he will meet the BJP brass. This, of course, as Maharashtra is a big challenge for the BJP and the NDA, as it were, given the fact that there was a lot of back and forth between the three alliance partners when it came to the Lok Sabha polls, and Maharashtra was also a surprise for the BJP. It performed below par in the state. Is that something that the BJP can rectify going into Vidhan Sabha polls? Well, all Mahayuti leaders, in fact, have said that the seat sharing is more or less finalized. Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya Jain joining us live. So Aishwarya, while of course Mahayuti leaders continue to say that the seat sharing plan has more or less been finalized, is it the Shinde Sena which is likely to get the lion's share as far as the seat sharing arrangement is concerned?
Well, the sources within the Bharatiya Janata Party have revealed to us that the seat sharing had almost been finalized, and it is Bharatiya Janata Party who is going to get the maximum seats, and second would be the Eknath Shinde section of Shiv Sena. Now, what we've been told is that almost 40 to 45 seats is something that NCP's Ajit Pawar section is looking upon. It's going to be 70 to 75 seats for the Eknath Shinde camp, and almost 140 to 150 seats is something that the Bharatiya Janata Party is looking forward to. In a day or two, we have been told that the seat sharing formula will come out officially from the Mahayuti government, but it is an all-important Bharatiya Janata Party core group meeting for the Maharashtra assembly polls, which is going to start shortly, where Home Minister Amit Shah will also be in attendance. Right now, we are reporting from the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters over here, and let me show you just behind me. There are a few of the leaders which just came in as far as the Maharashtra Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, and it is JP Nadda, Bharatiya Janata Party President, and also Home Minister Amit Shah, who will be arriving at the BJP headquarters very shortly at around 2:30. We've been told now the meeting will start. The organizational structure and you know, how the vote should be transferred completely to those seats where the alliance partners will be fighting is something that the strategy will be also decided in this particular meeting, and therefore the reason perhaps a very important meeting. The candidates which had been chosen for each constituency as far as Maharashtra state is concerned for the Bharatiya Janata Party, that list has also with the Bharatiya Janata Party unit of the Maharashtra, and that will be presented in front of the BJP core group members, and ultimately that will be shortlisted, and within 2 days or so we can expect the first list of the BJP candidates for the Maharashtra assembly polls that can come out.
Aishwarya, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Aishwarya is reporting, the list is likely to be released in the next couple of days ahead of the poll announcement. That has been the BJP's strategy in the past couple of elections. But moving now to the big headline from Mumbai, and that is Baba Siddiqui's murder and its fallout. Well, NDTV has exclusive details of how the plot unfolded as far as this incident is concerned. Well, what sources have indicated is that it's the missing shooter who actually fired at Baba Siddiqui. Now, that's a matter of concern, given the fact the police have said that the missing shooter, Shiv Kumar, he has actually fled Maharashtra. So, to track him down is going to be a big task for the Mumbai police. The Mumbai police certainly is on alert. What is also startling is that they managed to escape. They managed to flee from the spot. In fact, they also threw chili powder at in the cops there. This as all of the accused managed to flee, but of course 2 of them were nabbed. Let me go across to my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy. So Radhika, what's important now is that the police seem to be getting the sense that there is a threat on Zishan's life as well, Baba Siddiqui's son.
Yeah, looks like it. Perhaps there is a threat on Zishan Siddiqui as well. But as far as investigations are concerned, yes, we have some first-hand info, as far as what the two arrested accused, two arrested shooters told the police. In fact, the shooters have told the police that it was the absconding accused who was in fact the leader of the pack. He was the one who in fact shot at Baba Siddiqui. He fired 6 bullets at Siddiqui and of course fled the spot, managed to flee the spot. The police couldn't arrest him. The last known location of this man is Palghar, but no success yet as far as his arrest is concerned. Now the other 2 shooters have also revealed certain other information, that they were just given instructions and they don't know who the mastermind is. The leader of the pack is this absconding accused. So therefore they are innocent, and has put the blame on the absconding accused. Of course, we'll have to wait and see what the role of this third person was. Was he part of the conspiracy, or was he just following instructions, or was he really aware of who the mastermind was? A third person was also arrested, Vedant, yesterday, which was the person who put out that social media post claiming that he's part of Lawrence Bishnoi gang. He said he targeted Baba Siddiqui because he was closely associated with Salman Khan. So that man has been arrested. He's apparently a co-conspirator. He was the one who enlisted 2 of the shooters. So his arrest is also very important. His interrogation is important today. Of course, he will be produced before the court. So more details could emerge post that. But very important details emerging from the interrogation of the 2 arrested shooters. They also apparently threw chili powder at a policeman and incapacitated him. That is how one of the shooters managed to escape, which is Shiv Kumar, who apparently seems to know who the mastermind is. So his arrest is going to be very, very important, Vedant, as far as the investigations are concerned. But yes, a lot of details emerging on the probe. 3 people arrested so far, 2 absconding, but we don't know who the mastermind is. We are yet to get some confirmation on whether it is indeed Lawrence Bishnoi gang link, but looks like it, because preliminary information and evidence suggests that there is a Lawrence Bishnoi link here. But again, those are details that are being ascertained by the police at this point. So more arrests are likely in the next few days, but the big fish, the mastermind, whether it is a big gang member working under Lawrence Bishnoi, will that arrest take place at all? I mean, is it true that it is the Lawrence Bishnoi gang that is behind it, or is there any other gang's involvement? Is it to do with the SRA scheme? Is there any business rivalry angle to it? All that is being looked into by the police, but the Lawrence Bishnoi angle very, very being closely investigated by the Mumbai Police Crime Branch.
Also, Radhika, of course, now the focus on Salman Khan's security as well. Yesterday, we of course saw that security deployment outside his residence, the Galaxy apartment, that has been enhanced as well. Give us a sense of how the security has been heightened outside Salman Khan's residence.
Yes, I was outside Salman Khan's residence a little while before, and we could put out that report as well, whereby I showed what the security looked like. But yes, at least about 20 to 25 police officials, constables outside Salman Khan's residence. All this after Baba Siddiqui's shocking murder. Of course, he was close to Salman Khan. He was part of Salman Khan was part of Baba Siddiqui's iftar parties. They held close associations. There was close friendship between the two. Salman Khan was at his funeral functions, as well as at the hospital when he heard about the news of his death as well. So yes, as a result of the Lawrence Bishnoi link that is emerging, the police right now are beefing up security, not just outside Baba Siddiqui's premises, but also outside Salman Khan's premises. Remember, we had been reporting on the death threats that Salman Khan had been getting. We also reported on the shooting incident that happened outside Salman Khan's residence and the possible conspiracy to attack him at his farmhouse as well. Multiple people arrested post that, but now with the death of Baba Siddiqui, probably by Lawrence Bishnoi gang member, it has sent shockwaves across the city of Mumbai, particularly in Bandra, which is why security has been heightened outside Salman Khan's residence.
Radhika, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. Of course, the spotlight is back on Mumbai's dark underbelly. The mafia murders, a grim reminder of that. And as Radhika is reporting, the Mumbai police on alert. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade.
How come you've agreed to speak after so long? I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Neera Radia as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Neera Radia.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Maharashtra seat-sharing talks pick pace. This as both the BJP and the Congress camps are now in separate huddles. In Mumbai, it's a toll tussle ahead of the poll battle. This as the Chief Minister announces exemption of tolls at key toll booths in Mumbai. Behraj is tense just a day after the Durga Puja clash. Well, the police tries to contain the protests as an angry mob pelts stones at the police. Meanwhile, an NDTV exclusive, it was a missing shooter who actually fired at Baba Siddiqui. This as the police also probe the Bishnoi gang link to the murder.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade.
How come you've agreed to speak after so long? I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Neera Radia as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Neera Radia. I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade.
How come you've agreed to speak after so long? I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Indira Gandhi as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Indira Gandhi. I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian Huddle.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vada. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including US Vice President Kamala Harris has gone on to say that Republican Donald Trump isn't releasing information about his health because he doesn't want the public to see if he's fit to be president or not. Listen in.
Of his fitness, but on every other level when it comes to what we should expect in a president of the United States around having the ability to actually exercise good judgment, both as commander-in-chief and as the leader of this great country, we know that he does not have the ability to do the job. He is unfit for office. He talks at his rallies about fictional characters. He constantly is in a state of grievance about himself. He has no plans for the American people. And then he just makes things up on a full-time basis with the intention to make the people afraid, to make people fear that which they should not be afraid of. But he does it in a way that he thinks, I think, will compel them to believe that somehow he is the savior when in fact he is quite unfit to do the job.
And it is just a week before the election day that Donald Trump rolled out his familiar talking points on immigration and crime at a rally beneath the sweltering sun of Coachella in California, despite having almost no chances of winning the state on the 5th of November this year. He accused his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris, of importing an army illegal alien gang members and migrant criminals from the dungeons of the Third World and criticized her record while serving as the state's Attorney General. The Republican nominee also urged his supporters to vote for him to prevent Harris from doing to America what she has done to California. Now, Trump lost California in a landslide in 2020 and he's almost certain to lose it all over again as far as the state is concerned this year. And former President Donald Trump on Sunday proposed hiring 10,000 additional Border Patrol agents and giving them a $10,000 US retention and signing bonus after he had derailed this bipartisan bill earlier this year that included funding for more border personnel. Listen in.
Goal of hiring 10,000 new agents. We need the agents. We need them badly. And keeping our incredible veteran agents on the force. Don't leave us. Raise your right hand. You're not going to leave. You're not going to leave. Don't leave us, fellas. I don't have to worry about them. They're very committed people. If we pay them nothing, they're not leaving. They want to save our country. They're going to save our country. But after I win, I will be asking Congress immediately to approve a 10% raise. I haven't had one in a long time for all agents. And a $10,000 each retention and signing bonus. So we're going to retain them. We're going to retain them.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu appealed directly to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres on Sunday to remove a UN peacekeeping force from Hezbollah stronghold in southern Lebanon. Listen in.
בלבנון חיסלנו את נסראללה ואת בכיריו. חיילינו הגיבורים משמידים את הנשק, את המפקדות ואת מנהרות הטרור של חיזבאללה. הם נלחמים בעוצמה כדי להחזיר את תושבינו בצפון בבטחה לבתיהם. איננו נלחמים בעם הלבנוני. אנחנו נלחמים בשלוחת הטרור של איראן חיזבאללה שכבשה את לבנון. אני רוצה מכאן לפנות ישירות למזכ"ל האו"ם. הגיע הזמן שתוציא את יוניפיל ממעוזי החיזבאללה וממרחבי הלחימה. צה"ל ביקש זאת שוב ושוב, והוא נתקל בסירוב שוב ושוב, שכל כולו מכוון לתת חומת מגן אנושית למחבלי חיזבאללה. הסירוב שלך לפנות את חיילי יוניפיל הופך אותם לבני ערובה של חיזבאללה. זה מסכן גם אותם וגם את חיי חיילינו. אנו מצירים על הפגיעה בחיילי יוניפיל, ואנחנו עושים כל שביכולתנו כדי למנוע פגיעה הזאת. אבל הדרך הפשוטה והמתבקשת כדי להבטיח זאת היא פשוט להוציא אותם מאזור הסכנה. Mr. Secretary General, get the UNIFIL forces out of harm's way. It should be done right now, immediately.
And Pope Francis reiterated his call on Sunday for an immediate ceasefire on all fronts of the Middle Eastern conflict, asking for UN peacekeepers in the area to be respected following recent attacks by the Israeli forces. Let's pursue the path of diplomacy and dialogue to achieve peace, is what he said, adding that he feels close to all the people involved, which means Palestine, Israel, as well as Lebanon. He has prayed for all the victims, the displaced, the hostages, saying that he hoped that they would be released immediately. The Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in Gaza said at least 3 people have been killed and as many as 50 others injured in several blasts near the medical facility early on Monday. In a statement, the Israeli army said that it conducted a precise strike on Hamas militants operating in the compound located in Dar al-Ballah. Now, several explosions followed the strike and tents caught fire, and residents carried the injured into the hospital while dozens rushed to the building seeking shelter. Despite Palestinians attempting to quell the flames with blankets, fire extinguishers and water before firefighters put out the blaze, the strike in the central Gaza Strip city of al-Dalballah comes after an Israeli airstrike killed at least 20 people, including children, at a school which took place on Sunday night. The school in Nusrat was sheltering many Palestinians displaced by the war. A drone strike hit central Israel on Sunday, wounding more than 60 people, some of them critically. Rescue services said in one of the bloodiest attacks in Israel in a year of war. The Lebanon-based Hezbollah militant group claimed responsibility, saying it targeted a military camp. Hezbollah said that the strike was a retaliation for 2 Israeli strikes in Beirut, on which as far as 22 people had died. With Israel's advanced air defense systems, it's rare for many people to be hurt by drones or missiles. 2 drones were launched from Lebanon, and the military said that 1 was intercepted. On Sunday, Israel's military showed that it said was a pair of tunnel entrances and small arms cache used by Hezbollah a few hundred meters from UNIFIL watch towers along the border. The weapons included explosives as well as bullets, a portable solar panel and new camouflage uniforms as well. The UN peacekeeping mission in Lebanon says that Israeli tanks forcefully entered the gates of one of its bases in southern Lebanon and destroyed the main gate early on Sunday. A UNIFIL statement calls it a further flagrant violation of the international law. The tanks later left. Now, Israel has warned the UN force to evaluate its positions during its offensive in southern Lebanon against the Hezbollah militant group. 5 peacemakers have been wounded in attacks that have struck peacekeepers' positions in the past few days. Most of them blamed by the UNIFIL on Israeli forces. It's Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Sunday who expressed regret for wounding peacekeepers but accused the United Nations mission of providing a human shield when it came to Hezbollah. Israel has long accused the United Nations of being biased against it, and relationships have worsened during the year-long war in Gaza. Now, the United Nations has, this is UNIFIL, that was created in 1978 to oversee the withdrawal of Israeli troops after Israel invaded and occupied South Lebanon. Mourners gathered on Sunday around the bodies of a family of 8, including a woman and children, who were killed by an Israeli airstrike in central Gaza overnight. The bodies of the 2 parents and their 6 children, aged between 23 and 8, were taken to hospital that confirmed the number of victims. So far, more than 42,000 people have been killed in the one-year war in Gaza. Ambassadors from various countries and relatives of Israeli hostages are being held in Gaza marked on Sunday more than 1 year since the October 7th attack by Hamas by militants that sparked the Israel-Hamas war. During the event in Tel Aviv, they called for an increase in efforts to get the remaining hostages returned. Israel's offensive in Gaza has killed over 42,000 Palestinians, according to local health agencies, who do not say how many were fighters, but say women and children make up for more than half of those fatalities. Hundreds of demonstrators took to the streets of Rome to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. The demonstration, entitled "Stop the Genocide and Massacre in Lebanon," started from where an unauthorized pro-Palestinian demonstration on the 7th of October led some of the demonstrators to clash violently with the police. Now, holding a giant Palestinian flag and waving flags, the demonstrators marched through the center of Rome, shouting, "Free, free Palestine." Fuel and supplies are dwindling at 3 hospitals in northern Gaza, with waves of wounded flowing in as Israeli forces battle with Hamas fighters in the Jabalia refugee camp and other northern towns. The director of Kamal Adwan Hospital said that his facility and the nearby Al-Afda and Indonesian hospitals face a catastrophic situation that will worsen in the coming hours if there is no fuel supply for emergency services. Now, Israeli forces launched a new assault in Jabalia earlier this week and ordered a general evacuation in northern Gaza. The 3 hospitals said earlier this week that they had received orders to evaluate and evacuate their staff and patients, but they have so far remained. The first flight of a humanitarian air bridge into Lebanon, established by Saudi Arabia, landed on Sunday in Beirut. That cargo plane, carrying 40 tons of crucial relief and medical supplies, was accompanied by the Saudi ambassador to Lebanon, Walid al-Bukhari, and received by a delegation of Lebanese officials, which included the environment minister, who highlighted the urgent need for support, noting the plight of over 1.2 million displaced individuals in Lebanon. More than 350 tons of aid is expected to be transported over the coming days. Now, the Israeli military renewed orders for Palestinians in the northern Gaza Strip to leave their homes and shelters amid a week of intense fighting with militants there. At least 20 militants, these are 20 Palestinians who have been killed and several wounded in an Israeli tank shelling of a school sheltering displaced Palestinians in Nusayrat, which is the central part of Gaza. For most of the past week, fighting centered in and around Jabalia, with Israeli war jets and artillery pounding the area. People there have said that they have been trapped inside their homes and shelters. The military also ordered the 3 main hospitals in northern Gaza to evacuate patients and medical staff. And US officials believe Israel has narrowed down targets in its potential response to Iran's attack this month to military and energy infrastructure. NBC has gone on to report that the Middle East remains on high alert for further escalation in a year of war as Israel battles Iran-backed groups Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Gaza. Israel has reportedly and repeatedly said that it will respond to Iran's missile barrage on the 1st of October, which has been launched in retaliation. This is in retaliation for Israel's operation in Gaza and Lebanon and the killings of a string of Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. Hunger and malnutrition rates could rise exponentially in Lebanon if Israel follows through with the threats to escalate the current military operation, which has so far killed more than 2,000 and displaced as many as 1 million people, according to a leading UN expert. Acute hunger rates could rise very quickly because food security in Lebanon was precarious even before Israel launched its full-scale aerial bombardment in the middle of September. Russia and China have blocked a proposed consensus statement for the East Asia Summit drafted by Southeast Asian countries, mainly over objections to language on the contested South China Sea. As per reports, a draft statement arrived by consensus by the 10-nation Association of Southeast Asian Nations was put to the 18-nation East Asia Summit meeting in Laos. Now, reports have stated that the United States, Japan, Australia, as well as South Korea and India all said that they could support it, is what the officials have said, adding that the Russians and the Chinese said that they could not and would not proceed with a statement. Cate Blanchett premiered her new 7-part Apple TV Plus show, Disclaimer, at the London Film Festival based on Renee Knight's 2015 book of the same name. Disclaimer is a psychological thriller about a documentarian and a journalist. Now, Catherine Ravenscroft, played by Cate Blanchett, who discovers that she's a character in a novel that reveals her darkest secret. Blanchett also acts as an executive producer on the show, a job which she relished. Listen in.
Well, I mean, I think both of us were interested in what this would mean to take a really clear, simple journey, but yet convoluted with a lot of different perspectives. Like in a way, there's if you read the novel, I think most people would have thought, oh, this is a film, because there is a clear beginning, middle, and end, and a very clear event that happened in the past. But I think what often happens with what are seemingly simple events is they get convoluted by people trying to wrest control of the way the story is told. I mean, we see that happening all around us. So, you know, I think it had to be told in this 7-hour way. But I don't know. That didn't answer your question.
Good news, if you watched season 1 of Tracker and enjoyed this show, well, Justin Hartley is back with season 2, and the actor says that season 2 is even better than the first one. Tracker premiered on Sunday, the 30th of October.
More tension, that is, if you want to get any useful information from them.
I warned you, this is a federal investigation.
No, I don't feel pressure. I feel that my job is to certainly deliver. I feel confident enough to know that when I read something, I know if it's good or not. It's really good. I think the second season is going to be better. Everyone says that about their show, but I really do. I don't think I wouldn't have any interest in doing it if I didn't think it was going to be better. It is going to be better. We are blessed now in doing a second season where we don't have to unpack all of that stuff that we did at the beginning of season 1, especially in the pilot, because everybody already knows it now. So now we can just get right into it, which is kind of a blessing. I think it's an easier task. And I think the first season is tough because, I mean, I'll speak for myself, you know, when you're taking on a new role, you kind of have to find it. And in TV, a lot of times you don't have months and months and months to find something. You have a day or two, right? So you do the best that you can, and as with everything else. And yeah, I think we're doing a full order this year, so 22 episodes, so we can really open up the scope of the show and all that. So dive into this, guys. I'm looking forward to it.
Actor and singer Selena Gomez speaks on mental health and says that she is proud of living with a mental illness. Selena Gomez was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 2020, and since then she has been an outspoken advocate for mental health awareness.
To be honest, I would say that one of the first things that's so important about recognizing something happening to yourself is talking to other people, and I think that's only okay if you trust the right people to kind of guide you and help you. But I think every day is a new day, and some are good, some are bad, and you try to take it step by step. But living with a mental illness is definitely something I'm really proud of.
The new Netflix film, The Lonely Planet, focuses on a blooming relationship between characters played by Laura Dern and Liam Hemsworth. And although there is a significant age difference between them, but it's never discussed. Dern plays an author getting out of a long-distance relationship, while it's Hemsworth playing the boyfriend of another writer who loses interest in him, leaving Dern and Hemsworth's characters to connect.
It was a real team effort with Laura and I. Came across many hurdles during the shoot, as you do with any film. It's always problem solving and fixing things and trying to make the best out of whatever you're thrown that day. And we were lucky enough to have each other to sort of experience it together and move forward together. And we had such a great time doing it.
And I think there was a deepened sense of self through all of that. But it I believe can only come from an experience with someone else where you are fearlessly yourself because they are as judgment-free and loving as Liam. And that's, we know, an incredibly rare quality. That was the goal of Susanna Grant, to tell a story that was a story about loving and safety and being seen and being at a moment in your life where you're stuck in whatever circumstance, unsafe, either in relationship or newly out of relationship, but that you haven't found in your life so far the ability to be vulnerably and truly you with another. And we both happen to be people in that moment, in that turning point we see in his relationship and me just coming out of something we feel and hear is broken. And I loved that. People are like, oh, there are these movies about age difference and the woman's older. And I just love that there's absolutely no discussion of it. It's not a conversation we ever had in rehearsal. We've never talked about it. It's just who these people are and what they feel toward each other.
Switching tracks now, the Federation of All India Medical Association, the key doctors' body, today paused its nationwide shutdown of elective services in hospitals in solidarity with medics' ongoing protests in West Bengal after the state government called a meeting to discuss their demands. So they have put a pause as far as that sees work policy is concerned. They are in solidarity with the junior doctors who have been protesting. Do remember, it's been a 65-day protest for the junior doctors in Kolkata, some of whom have been on a hunger strike for the last 10 days.
I think this is such a core issue just for human being. I live in the United States and I'm here with my mother and I'm here to just give support. And as you said, this is such a basic need. It's a basic human need. We all hope and we all pray, and the doctors should know that the entire world is supporting them.
All India doctors are supporting our cause by seizing the work, that will definitely cause havoc in the normal citizens, common citizens, and that is not what doctors actually want to do. That is why they have postponed it and they are wanting to resolve it in the meeting. But if such a havoc really happens, then maybe the central part and the CBI, central government, as well as the West Bengal government will have some pressure more, because this hunger strike is also not creating some pressure.
The Chief Secretary call for the meeting is not a meeting with the junior doctors, it's a meeting with the senior doctors. The discussion should be on the 10 points demands, because this is the demands we made for the changing and cleaning the health system presently present in the government of health sector in the government of West Bengal. So we decided that we will request or we will send a message to the government as well as the senior doctors that the discussion should be on the 10-point demand.
We want justice for our sister, for our colleague, and we don't want any abhaya to take place in any section of the society, whether it be any village, whether it be any other community, anywhere, not in a train, not in a bus, not in a hospital, not in a workplace. We want workplace security so that no woman often fears trying to sleep in an on-call room. For that, we have some demands. The main demands are obviously security, but more than that, it has to be the end of the threat culture, which was the culminated in abhaya. And on that, we want the resignation of the apex official of the health, that is the principal secretary of health, because he has been here for 4 years and he acknowledges that I don't know any of the things that have been going on. That clearly shows that he has admitted his failure, so he needs to resign so that no one repeats this mistake.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade.
How come you've agreed to speak after so long?
I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Neera Radia as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Neera Radia. I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade.
How come you've agreed to speak after so long?
I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him and
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, India slams Canada over its allegations in the Niger murder case. Also coming up, security has been increased outside Salman Khan's house in Mumbai. All that and more are coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. India issued a sharp rebuttal to Canada, rejecting allegations of its High Commissioner being a person of interest in the Niger murder investigation, describing these allegations as preposterous and accusing Canada of vote bank politics. Security is increased at actor Salman Khan's house after politician Baba Siddiqui was shot dead by the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Nearly a dozen cops have now been deployed outside his Galaxy apartments in Bandra. Missing shooter is the one who fired at Baba Siddiqui. Sources claim the MLA and his son Zishan Siddiqui were also on the Bishnoi gang hit list. The shooters told cops they were given contract to kill both Baba and Zishan. The Chief Minister Shinde says Baba's murderer won't be spared. The Maharashtra State Cabinet decides to abolish toll charges at the entrance of Mumbai effective from tonight for cars and SUVs. The opposition hits out, says this is politically motivated ahead of elections. And in Bahraich in Uttar Pradesh, tension after violence and protests following clashes and one death during a Durga Puja procession. Top cops have been rushed to the area. Our top story now. In India today issued a sharp rebuttal to Canada, rejecting allegations of its High Commissioner being a person of interest in a murder investigation, describing these allegations as preposterous imputations. Remember, ties between India and Canada have been tense ever since Justin Trudeau alleged India's involvement in the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Canadian Khalistani terrorist, in June 2023. Well, let's go across to Vishnu now for more. And Vishnu, take us through what Canada said and India's very, very strong reaction to that.
Well, straight up off the top, Gargi, I can tell you that this sort of language used by India in an official press release when directed against any other country is rare. We've seen references of this strength against Pakistan in the past, which is a terrorist state, but against Canada, which has been a friendly a friendly partner in the past. It's almost unthinkable. I think it's safe to say that India-Canada relations at this juncture remain utterly shattered. Now, In their statement, which has now been released, New Delhi says, we've received a diplomatic communication from Canada yesterday suggesting that the Indian High Commissioner and other diplomats are persons of interest in a matter related to an investigation with that country. Now, New Delhi has categorically rejected these assertions, calling them absolutely preposterous imputations which are ascribed to the political agenda of the Trudeau government that is centered around vote bank politics. New Delhi doesn't ever sort of get into the internal politics of any country, but in this particular case, they have said quite categorically that Trudeau's hostility to India, which goes back to approximately 2018, is associated with his idea, with his politics, with how efforts have been made by his cabinet, which has included individuals who have openly associated with an extremist and separatist agenda regarding India. But Trudeau has been accused by New Delhi of playing to vote bank politics, under criticism for turning a blind eye to foreign interference in Canadian politics. His government has deliberately brought in India in an attempt to mitigate damage. The latest development targeting Indian diplomats is now the next step in that direction. The government of India pointing out that Ambassador Sanjay Kumar Verma is India's senior most serving diplomat. He's a diplomat with 36 odd years of experience. For him to have been named in this as a person of interest is ludicrous as far as New Delhi is concerned. I think the last statement in this very, very strong diplomatic statement by New Delhi sort of summarizes where India and Canada now are right now. India now reserves the right to take further steps in response to these latest efforts of the Canadian government to concoct allegations against Indian diplomats. Now, what are potential next steps that New Delhi can take? Is this leading to a situation where India asks the Canadian High Commissioner to leave our country? That would mean perhaps it's the ultimate sort of fall in relationships between the two countries. I mean, two strong democracies at one level. But it is on the verge of a situation like that, is my personal sense after reading, what this statement has had to say.
That's right, Vishnu. And India has always maintained that there's been not a shred of evidence that has been given to us, despite all these allegations that have been on since 2023.
And they say as much in this particular release. It's a very long release, and in that somewhere over here, I can't find it right now. They make the point that not a shred of evidence has been submitted by Canada to India, number one. Number two, a lot of the people who are now Canadian citizens, who've been granted Canadian citizens, are those who India has wanted extradited on grounds of terrorism for a very long period of time. That has been ignored by the government of Canada. Now, the entire issue of Sikh extremism on Canadian soil has been going on now for several decades. It's been there, from the late 80s, early 90s, throughout the 90s. It's been a matter of great concern. Now at this stage, New Delhi says it is completely unacceptable for Canada to justify terrorist elements, those who have in fact openly threatened the Indian diplomatic corps in Ottawa and other parts of Canada as well, including the High Commissioner, under the garb of freedom of speech.
All right, Vishnu, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. Well, to talk more about this latest, this reaction, this very, very strong reaction from India to Canada's allegations, we're joined now by Yogesh Gupta, former diplomat. Thank you so much, Ambassador Gupta, for joining us. And your first comments on the fact, on this reaction that India has sent, this very strongly, worded reaction, language that we've not used with Canada so far.
No, you're right, Gargi, absolutely. I think we are very careful in the MEA and in using the language in these note verbals, and I haven't seen this sort of a language earlier, such a strong language. And we had frankly started hoping that after these, the secretary level talks between the secretaries of the two countries, India and Canada, that both countries were trying to find a way out of this impasse. But now it appears that Prime Minister Trudeau is determined to use this Sikh extremist issue for domestic political purposes. And now that he is required to depose before this Commission on Foreign Interference and Canada is preparing for the elections, prime ministerial elections next year. He has again started using the Sikh extremist issue and to derive political mileage. And our concern is that we have not been given any evidence so far by Canada, any evidence at all. And in the absence of this evidence, Canada has gone at great lengths to impute motives to our High Commissioner, to our diplomats in Canada, to the Government of India, and so on. That is its track record on one side. On the other side, Sikh extremists have been openly threatening our political leaders, our diplomats, and so on. They are not allowing our High Commission personnel to do their work properly. They have been glorifying the killers of former Prime Minister Mrs. Indira Gandhi and so on. And we have sent a number of times details of these Sikh extremists, who are wanted in these various investigations. And Canada has never extradited these persons. It has a track record of not complying with our request. So the relationship between the two countries on this score is unfortunately getting from bad to worse. And until this fellow Trudeau is there, one doesn't see much hope of any improvement. And one only hopes that next year when the elections take place, there is someone else with whom we can start working together, because Canada is an important country. We have a big Indian community there. We would like to have good relations with Canada, so much the two countries can do together. But unfortunately, Mr. Trudeau and earlier his father, they have this tendency, to
No,
use
definitely.
the same.
And sir, as you were saying, we have our own concerns regarding this encouraging of the separatists and extremism on its soil, and that is very detrimental to India. So we already have those concerns about Canada, and here they go and accuse our diplomats. Do you see this escalating any further? Like Vishnu suggested that, possibly ambassadors being called back. Do you see any further escalation, or right now, in your mind, do you think we'll just wait and see how Canada responds?
Well, I guess Canada would take note of the strong reaction from New Delhi to what it has imputed thus far. And I'm sure Canada would have no doubt that in case they take any further action, then India will reciprocate, and reciprocate very strongly and very firmly. So I hope that Canada will not go any further than this point, and will stop here, and will really come up with will give us some evidence in case they have any, of involvement of our people, and then some inquiry can be conducted, some investigation can be made. But without any evidence, there is not much that India can do about it.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the program. So that is the latest development in these strained relations between India and Canada. India slamming the latest allegations made by Canada in one of the strongest responses ever to Canada. Well, moving on to news back home now, and security has been increased at actor Salman Khan's residence. This after politician Baba Siddiqui was shot dead, allegedly by the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Nearly a dozen cops have now been deployed outside his home. That's the Galaxy Apartments in Bandra and Mumbai, where Mr. Khan as well as his parents live. Mr. Siddiqui, known for his lavish iftar parties, was a close friend of Salman Khan's, and the actor even visited his house as well as the hospital after the leader was shot. Salman Khan himself has been on the Bishnoi gang's target list since the 1998 Black Buck case, and has, as we've seen over the last couple of years, received multiple threats. In fact, already there was security. Warning shots were even fired outside his house in April. So now, after the death of the politician, security increased outside Salman Khan's residence. Let's go across to my colleague Radhika now for more, and she joins us from near Galaxy Apartments. Radhika, first and foremost, that is also priority given that this very shocking murder took place and a politician was shot dead in this manner. Given that Salman Khan had already been facing threats, now increased security outside his residence.
That's right. Increased security outside his residence, Galaxy. That's where I'm standing. I'm going to show you the scenes here. Of course, we came here this morning. There was enhanced security in the morning as well. I am going to show you the number of cops that are here. Just right side. Those are the visuals of at least about a dozen cops who are sitting outside Galaxy. I mean, this is, of course, the place where the firing happened a few months ago, of course, after the deadly attack on Baba Siddiqui day before yesterday, murder of Baba Siddiqui and Lawrence Bishnoi angle coming up. Now, of course, what we're seeing outside Salman Khan's residence is enhanced security. Number of police officials are deployed here. As you can see, police vans as well outside. There are 2 tents that have been erected where we're seeing cops in large numbers as well. So yes, this is as a result of the alleged Lawrence Bishnoi link that has come to fore post Baba Siddiqui's murder. We know for a fact that this is the same spot a few months back when the firing incident happened outside Galaxy. 2 people, in fact, shot outside Salman Khan's residence in the wee hours. And after which, of course, arrests were made. Post that, there was also another plot planned to attack Salman Khan at his farmhouse as well, post which many Lawrence Bishnoi gang members were arrested. But now we're seeing enhanced security once again outside Salman Khan's house. Of course, he has wipeless security. All this after the number of death threats he received over the last several years from the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. It all started with emails and then a note outside Salman Khan's residence. And then, of course, firing taking place outside, which is why now there is immense security. That's the balcony at Galaxy where, one of the bullets hit when that firing happened a few months back. But very, very shocking incident once again emerging of influential politician Baba Siddiqui being murdered. Very close to this place, it is in Bandra East. Area is Bandra, however, it is the eastern side of Bandra where the incident happened. But Baba Siddiqui is a very prominent figure, politician as far as Bandra is concerned. He had been an MLA thrice here and he has close association and friendship with Salman Khan. His iftar parties get attended by the Khans, especially Salman Khan. We saw him yesterday, at Baba Siddiqui's residence. To pay final respects. He was also at the hospital as soon as he heard about Siddiqui's death as well. But these are the scenes outside Galaxy where we are seeing enhanced security ever since the attack on Baba Siddiqui.
That's right, Radhika, and well, that's the security outside Salman Khan's residence. If you could tell us more about, where the investigations currently stand. There were 3 shooters. One of them is on the run. Shiv Kumar Gautam from UP remains on the run. And now we do know that Baba Siddiqui and his son, who is an MLA, Zishan, was also, supposed to be one of the targets of the shooters.
Well, as far as the investigations are concerned, yes, Shiv Kumar Gautam is still on the run. There is another accused who we believe had accepted the contract. He's also on the run. So there are 2 people who are currently absconding, including a shooter. 3 people have been arrested, which include 2 shooters, and they have made certain revelations in this case. During interrogations, the 2 attackers have revealed that the absconding accused was aware of who the conspirator, or rather who the mastermind in this entire case is, and they have, of course, said that they were just following instructions. They are innocent. They were merely following instructions and did not know who the mastermind was. This is what both the shooters who've been arrested are telling the cops. But, as far as the investigations are concerned, multiple teams have been sent outside of Mumbai as well to track down the absconding accused, to understand what, the circumstances leading up to the incident were, what kind of conspiracy was hatched. We know for a fact that all these shooters did multiple recce's outside Baba Siddiqui's residence as well as home, as well as office. They also transported weapons. They were staying in a house very close to where the incident happened. So therefore, clearly puts a question mark on the law and order situation. The fact that the police were not aware of these activities happening in the neighborhood of Bandra, where already there was a death perception as far as Salman Khan is concerned. So 3 arrests have taken place. 2 of the attackers, 3 or a third of the person who put out that social media post claiming that he is part of Lawrence Bishnoi gang and that sort of he is the conspirator as well, is what the police is telling us. So therefore, we'll have to see, how many arrests will be made. Will the mastermind finally be arrested? All that is a matter of investigation. But certainly, Mumbai police is under a lot of pressure, considering this is not the first time Lawrence Bishnoi gang members are targeting, prominent people of Mumbai.
That's right, Radhika. They're reporting from outside Salman Khan's residence in Bandra in Mumbai. This after security is increased following Baba Siddiqui's murder, and 2 people have been arrested. The third remains on the run. We'll continue to track that story. For the moment, slipping into a short break. Stay with us.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade.
How come you've agreed to speak after so long?
I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Neera Radia as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Neera Radia.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade.
How come you've agreed to speak after so long?
I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Neera Radia as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Neera Radia. I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
news that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade. How come you've agreed to speak after so long?
I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Neera Radia as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Neera Radia. I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade.
How come you've agreed to speak after so long? I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Meera Radia as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation.
Hello and welcome. This another beautiful day here at Dallas, Texas. NCL 60 strikes will continue with all its flair, and it's go big or go home time because it's Eliminator 2. LA Waves clash with the Atlanta Kings.
We've got a warm day for Eliminator 2. The two skippers are here and the match referee as well, Michael Raghunath. Michael, thanks again. You've been terrific throughout this tournament. Well done. And the two skippers, of course, Angelo Matthews and Tamal Mills. Right, boys, let's go. Tamal? Heads was the call. It's a roller. It'll get there. Heads it is. Angelo, what are you going to do?
We'll have a ball first.
All right. The Atlanta Kings winning the toss and saying we are going to ball first. And let's have a look at the Waves first up. Stephen Eskenazi would be behind the wickets today. Joe Burns has got to come good today. Raymond Reefer, the big Barbadian, finds himself in a mix of things in NCL suddenly because there are a lot of changes with LA Waves. To take you through Atlanta Kings, we have Ed in the comm box. Welcome.
Yeah, it's a strong side. That Sam Billings, Tom Moores. We saw how good Sam Billings was yesterday. And they've also got a really balanced bowling attack along with Imran Tahir. Here we go.
And believe in the existing ones. He's missed this one completely, and Tahir does strike off the very second ball.
Umpire says it's out. Ramesh says, well, I want to go upstairs. Ramesh, here we go. In line, hit in line, and missing. What a review that is.
Ramesh survives. Eskenazi, first sign of aggression from him, gets 4. Not in control as he hit this one. Catch it is the call. And captain will oblige. Ramesh does not survive this time around.
In a short while. Oh, he'll pick that up. He'll pick that up. Someone will need to throw that back. The first 6 of Eliminator number 2. The balance. And it's another one. It's another one. Oh, has it gone all the way for 6?
And that's Nick. It's Nick to the keeper, and that's going to be the second wicket. No surprise, it's Imran Tahir.
Joe Burns. That's gone through. Good stuff from Imran Tahir. It's buys in the end.
Oh, he's reached for that, and he has found the gap. It's going to be 4. Much, much needed boundary, this. That's gone high up in the air. And falls in no man's land and is going to run away for a boundary. Good way to finish the over.
Happened last night. And today would have been the rolling, but it seems like there might have been a little bit too much water, and the heavy roller, that's 4. Heavy roller brings the moisture to the surface as well. Well, that's a very good shot. That's nicely played. That's gone for 6. That's a really good shot from Joe Burns. We'll do that too. Oh, there's some turn and bounce. And that's disappearing quite quickly to the boundary.
That's a big shot. That's a big shot. That'll get all the way into the stand for 6.
Oh, slow loopy from Russell is gone up, and so has the finger
of the surface. This time he gets it out the screws. That one he lays some bat on. It goes all the way for 6. They need a lot more of that.
The stumps. Got into a lovely position to send this for 4. Man in the deep will take it after a couple of bounces. So 1 boundary in the last over, 11 runs come off it. At the end of their allotted 10, the Waves have managed 96 for 3.
They'll have to have a monumental effort with the ball. Right, let's have a look at the batting card. Eskenazi, 23. It was hard work. Reefer, he looked like he'd get things going. 16 off 8, and then he had to depart. Burns stuck it out for a 38.
You've got to believe that 96 is enough here. Atlanta Kings, excellent. Tahir, as always, picks up at least 1 wicket of the engine room of the opposition. Today, it was a dangerous-looking Reefer. Aziz picked up a wicket in his first over, and so did Russell. 97 runs required in 60 balls. Well, we'll see the reply of the Atlanta Kings when we come back. The LA Waves need to defend the 96 they scored. Kings are ready. Kajanan wanting to go for a full-fledged swing on the leg side. Decided to ball in the power play. And even if it's marginally short, Billings will put that away. He is in tremendous touch. Stop the runs. Oh, that length's not going to help. Easily put away by Billings. One-handed from Billings. Work to do for Jagdeep. He will not miss out on the opportunity.
Enting. That's a swing through the leg side. And that'll be 4.
Going for the big one, and it's going to run away for another boundary. A lot of flight to start with, and this is going to take some fielding. It's going to be 4 first off.
Your life around. That's a big shot. Yeah, you can't bowl there. You can't bowl there to this man. His landscape has changed a lot. He's tried to change the length here. He's tried to bowl this delivery behind the stumps. But Angelo Matthews, he set off early, and this is a big hit. The last throw of the dice.
Oh, this is going to be trouble. This is trouble, and that's going to be the second wicket. Total confusion with the batters out in the middle. That's not the way you want to start. It's been punished. 4 runs.
Final.
Oh, he's gone downtown with this one. Jimmy Neesham's hit it a long, long way for 6. Oh dear, that's a loose one again. I think we might have a height check on this as well. There's going to be 6 more. Oh dear, that's a loose one again. I think we might have a height check on this as well. There's going to be 6 more to get those dots and singles. Oh, that's another poor delivery. They're asking for it, and it's been given. The slightest of edges off a very poor delivery. He looks surprised, Jimmy Neesham.
If it's a dot ball. Got him! Yo, beauty! That is outstanding stuff from Ramesh.
A bit about NCL, doesn't it? Bruce will not hold back. He will take the risk and reap the reward. What a way to start. Goes again. This is bigger and better by all means. And with a shot of this kind, Bruce will inflict more bruises in the opposition from victory. And a low full toss will not help. With a flurry of 6s, Bruce finishes the game. And it's the Atlanta Kings who will find themselves in the grand finale of NCL 60 strikes.
Have a quick look back at that match summary. Los Angeles Waves missing some stars, just making 96 for the loss of 3, with Burns a top scorer with 38. He was nice and aggressive right at the end. Perhaps waited a little bit too long. 30 out of 21. Eskenazi 23 out of 21. Tahir brilliant with 1 for 6 off just 2. And Wanda Russell and Nazir Alenta King. Have a quick look back at that match summary. Los Angeles Waves missing some stars, just making 96 for the loss of 3, with Burns a top scorer with 38. He was nice and aggressive right at the end. Perhaps waited a little bit too long. 30 out of 21. Eskenazi 23 out of 21. Tahir brilliant with 1 for 6 off just 2. And Wanda Russell and Nazir Alenta King.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade.
How come you've agreed to speak after so long? I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Meera Radia as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Meera Radia.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app.
Welcome back. Political parties now readying for the Maharashtra elections, and Congress MP Rahul Gandhi part of the meeting called by Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge today on the poll preparedness of the Congress for the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly elections. The meeting in Delhi comes in the backdrop of the party's defeat in Haryana Assembly elections and the recalibrating aspirations of its MVA allies over seat sharing as well as the Chief Minister post. With Maharashtra going to poll soon, the meeting assumes significance as Congress's alliance partners in Maharashtra have started flexing muscles over seat sharing and the Chief Minister's post after the Congress's dismal defeat in Maharashtra elections. NDTV Sunil spoke to Ramesh Chenithala for more.
Mr. Ramesh Chenithala, after the unexpected result in Haryana, what is your response to how things are working?
See, Haryana and Maharashtra is totally different. People of Maharashtra is totally against the corrupt government of Maharashtra. And this government is not elected by the people. This government is made by ED and CBI and Ayaram or Gayaram. So the people of Maharashtra are prepared to give a befitting reply to those people who switched over to the other side and formed a government.
The fact now that you have to choose a chief minister, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has conveyed to you as well as to Mr. Kharge as well as Rahul Gandhi that he would like to be the chief minister. Is that acceptable to you?
See, the most and important aspect of this election is to change this BJP government. So, and chief ministership issue will be coming after getting majority. We will decide.
You are not going to decide. You are not going to decide before that.
We are not going to decide the chief minister candidate before the election.
What was decided? What was decided in today's meeting?
We are decided to go strongly with MVA, and all other issues will be discussed today. About the Congress seat discussions, everything has been decided.
Mr. Chenithala, one of the biggest problems is the infighting.
There is no infighting in Maharashtra Congress. Everybody is united.
The leader of opposition and PCC chief are at
No, not at all. In Maharashtra, nobody will say that. I don't know how you get this information. They are all together working hand in hand. There is total harmony in Maharashtra.
And it will is the formula 100, 188 or
that we will decide after the final stage of discussions are going on.
So here you have it, a very clear statement from Mr. Chenithala, very categorically saying that for the chief ministership, the Congress is not ready to concede. We will wait till the elections are over and seat sharing will continue to be discussed. With camera person Arun Negi, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
All right, so that was the Congress meeting, and Congress are not willing to, come up with a chief ministerial name just yet ahead of elections. The BJP also readying for the Maharashtra elections, and a crucial meeting of the BJP in Delhi also today to finalize names of candidates for the upcoming polls. The party is expected to release its first list of candidates within the next 2 days. Seat sharing discussions are taking place, and after Haryana, the BJP to focus on narrative and organizational strength. smaller meetings with communities for Maharashtra. Let's go across to Aishwarya now for more on this. Aishwarya, what more can you tell us about the meeting that has taken place and the BJP very keen to use the momentum from Haryana going into Maharashtra elections?
Well, the BJP core group meeting for the state of Maharashtra is still underway at the BJP headquarters where we are reporting from, and this is in the presence of BJP President JP Nadda along with JP Nadda, Union Minister Amit Shah, along with Devendra Fadnavis and Bhupendra Yadav, who's election in charge, Ashwani Vaishnav, BJP Mumbai election convener Rao Saab Danve, Ashwani Vaishnav, as I mentioned, Ashish and other senior leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party, including Chandrasekhar Bawankule, who is the BJP president for Maharashtra, present over here. Now, what we have been told is that between the alliance of Bharatiya Janata Party, the Mahayuti had almost finalized the sheet sharing amongst them, and after that, now there had been the list of candidates which are on the selection plate as far as the BJP core group meeting is concerned. They will be shortlisted today, just presenting before the BJP CEC takes place for the state of Maharashtra under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So an all-important meeting is going on. It has been stated by senior leaders that their agenda is, of course, to have a strategy to 100% transfer their votes to the other alliance partners where they are given chance to contest from those constituencies, and how that strategy will be unfolded is something that will be talked in this particular meeting. We've been told also by our sources that within 2 or 3 days, most likely, the Bharatiya Janata Party will be announcing its first list of the candidates for the Maharashtra Assembly polls as well.
All right, thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. So that meeting still underway. Now, staying with news of Maharashtra ahead of the Vidhan Sabha polls, the Maharashtra government has announced a complete toll waiver for light motor vehicles at all 5 entry points into Mumbai, which comes into effect from midnight tonight. Now, this decision was made during the state cabinet meeting, which was presided over by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and attended by Deputy Chief Ministers Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, as well as cabinet colleagues. The toll charge for LMVs at the toll plazas was 45 rupees, and the waiver applies to toll booths, as we said, 5 of them in Dahisar, Mulund, Vashi, Airoli and Tinhat Naka. Maharashtra Chief Minister announcing this said the full toll exemption will be given for light motor vehicles at all 5 toll booths. The opposition, however, has hit out over this and called it politically motivated. This announcement coming before Maharashtra elections are announced and the model code of conduct is in place.
निश्चित रूप से इससे उनका समय बचेगा, पोल्यूशन कम होगा और यहाँ पर ट्रैफिक नहीं होगा, और इसलिए फ्यूल बचेगा, और इसलिए ये बहुत बड़ा एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय, ये मास्टर स्ट्रोक है। और इसीलिए हम लोग जब पहले लाडली बहन योजना की, लाडला किसान योजना की, लाडला भाई योजना की, अभी ऐसे लाडला हमारा प्रवासी, ये भी योजना हमने कर दी है।
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. News and updates continue on the other side. Do stay with us.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade.
How come you've agreed to speak after so long? I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Indira Gandhi as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Indira Gandhi.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade. How come you've agreed to speak after so long?
I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Indira Gandhi as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Indira Gandhi. I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade.
How come you've agreed to speak after so long? I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Indira Gandhi as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Indira Gandhi.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. A new video has emerged of the aftermath of the shooting of Baba Siddiqui. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. A video of the shooting aftermath of Baba Siddiqui, the NCP leader who was shot dead by 3 assailants on Saturday after leaving his son's office. That video available, which shows locals and the police at the spot where the NCP leader was shot dead. Security has been increased at actor Salman Khan's residence after Baba Siddiqui's shooting. Nearly a dozen cops have been deployed outside the Galaxy apartments in Bandra after the Lawrence Bishnoi gang claimed responsibility for the Baba Siddiqui shooting. India issued a sharp rebuttal to Canada, rejecting allegations of its High Commissioner being a person of interest in the Niger murder investigations, describing allegations against Indian diplomats as preposterous and accusing Canada of vote bank politics. Bahraich in UP tense after violence and protests following clashes and one death during the Durga Puja procession. Top cops are rushed to the area. The internet is shut down. 3 academics are given the Nobel Prize for Economics for 2024. The Nobel is awarded for a study on institutions and prosperity. Well, our top story now, and a video has emerged which shows the aftermath of the shooting of Baba Siddiqui, the politician who was shot dead on a Saturday by 3 shooters. It shows the police and locals at the spot where the shooting had taken place. Now, remember, Baba Siddiqui, a 3-time MLA, was killed after he had left his son's office. His son, also an MLA, Zishan Siddiqui's office. This was in Bandra East on Saturday evening, and the shooters were said to be waiting for him. They were sitting in an auto rickshaw and they emerged and then shot Baba Siddiqui dead. And this is a video of the aftermath. All right, so that is the video of the aftermath. Let's go across to Radhika now for more. And Radhika, we can see the locals and police there at the spot. This was absolutely shocking. The way this shooting took place, the three assailants there were lying in wait of Baba Siddiqui. They'd been tracking his movements as well, and they shot him dead there, right there in the public.
Absolutely shocking incident, as far as Baba Siddiqui's death is concerned. Somebody so politically influential and powerful being shot at outside his son's office in Bandra East in a crowded area. As you can see in those visuals, multiple people were there. This is, of course, the aftermath of the shootout. Unfortunately, a bystander was also shot at on his leg, a 22-year-old tailor who happened to be there at the spot. He was on his way to a temple when one of the bullets hit him as well. Of course, this man, the bystander, has been taken to a hospital. He's recovering in a hospital in Bandra. 6 bullets were shot at Baba Siddiqui, of which 2 hit him, 1 hit this bystander. Of course, Baba Siddiqui was immediately taken to Leelavati Hospital. However, he was declared dead. This happening at about 9:30 p.m. day before yesterday, and post which, of course, yesterday was when the last riots happened. Multiple political reactions coming in. It has sent shockwaves across the city of Mumbai, particularly in an area like Bandra, where Baba Siddiqui had a lot of influence. He was an MLA in this particular constituency thrice in the past and wields a lot of influence. So that's the aftermath video, which shows, which obviously doesn't show the attack, which doesn't show Baba Siddiqui there, but it shows another bystander who was also unfortunately shot at that time, but he was shot on his leg. However, he was taken to a hospital. After that, he is recovering. He just happened to be there at the spot. So it just shows how crowded it was. The Shera festivities were happening. A lot of people were out and about at that time. And that is when brazenly this attack, this firing happened by 3 people, 3 attackers shooting at Baba Siddiqui. Just one of them, of course, was firing at Baba Siddiqui. The other 2 also were holding guns. They tried to flee the spot. 2 were caught. 1 is still absconding. Of course, 3 accused have so far been caught, which also included alleged co-conspirator in this case. So yes, investigations are underway, Gargi, in order to find out who the mastermind behind these attacks are. Of course, the shooters, 2 of them have been caught. Another one who sent out that social media post claiming that he belongs to Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and Baba Siddiqui was shot because he was close to Salman Khan. He has also been arrested. One shooter who is supposedly somebody who is in touch with the mastermind, who was the leader of the pack, as the other 2 had been pointing out, is at the moment absconding. Multiple teams have been formed to nab the accused, to nab the other shooter as well, and to understand who the bigger, conspirator is as far as this case is concerned. Who is the mastermind? What were some of the specific instructions given to them? The fact that they did this recce, multiple days in advance and several times at Baba Siddiqui's home, office, and they in fact lived there and were also paid for this act, shows how well planned, well executed and premeditated this murder was.
Absolutely, Radhika, and it's an embarrassment for the authorities, for the government as well. Such a high-profile leader belonging to the ruling, coalition to be shot dead in this manner right there in the public during a time of festivities. He was actually going to participate in some festivities. Now, security has been increased outside Salman Khan's residence. Where you are, he was a close associate of Baba Siddiqui and someone who has been facing threats from the Lawrence Bishnoi gang.
Absolutely. I am outside Salman Khan's residence, Galaxy. Of course, security has been enhanced post Baba Siddiqui's murder here. This is a Galaxy. Just a few months back, assailants shot outside, in fact, fired shots outside Salman Khan's residence as well. One of the shots one of the bullets hit his balcony as well. I'll just show you the security enhancement here. There are 2 tents that have been put up right after, the incident, right after Baba Siddiqui's murder. As you can see, there are at least about a dozen police officials who've been staying guard here since yesterday. These are constables and police inspector. There are many police vans as well since yesterday in different corners outside a Galaxy apartment. We know for a fact that, as you've been mentioning, both Salman Khan as well as Baba Siddiqui were close associates. They were close friends. In fact, Salman Khan had visited Baba Siddiqui yesterday post the death to pay his final respects. He was also in the hospital soon after he heard about his death. Salman Khan was a regular visitor to Baba Siddiqui's iftar party, and they both lived close by. This is also an area in Bandra West, a very prominent, high-profile area, and Baba Siddiqui also living just about 7 to 8 minutes away from here. So therefore, they were neighbors, they were prominent residents of Mumbai, and very importantly, both were being targeted by Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Of course, Salman Khan for the longest time had been targeted by Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Initially, it started with threat emails, threat notes, and then, of course, assailants, firing bullets outside Salman Khan's residence. Once again, let me show you the balcony where that bullet was shot at just a few months back, and after which, of course, the security had been enhanced for Salman Khan. He, in any case, enjoyed Y+ security, but despite that incident happening, after that, many other gang members were also arrested. In fact, there were, another plan to attack Salman Khan. That also emerged at his farmhouse, post which many other Lawrence Bishnoi gang members were also arrested by Navi Mumbai police. And just a few months after that, Baba Siddiqui being shot dead, allegedly by Lawrence Bishnoi gang members. That has sent shockwaves across Bandra and across the city of Mumbai. And of course, this man who has taken responsibility of this attack in that particular statement on social media, saying that the reason why Baba Siddiqui was attacked was because of his close association with Salman Khan. So that's what that particular statement says. Of course, the veracity of this, that is being checked by the Mumbai police at this point, but certainly very, very shocking incident taking place in the city of Mumbai, in the heart of Mumbai, in an area like Bandra, but of course, security enhanced not just at Baba Siddiqui's home and residence, but also outside Salman Khan's house.
That's right. And, Radhika, what do we know so far about the motivations for this murder of Baba Siddiqui? Two of the shooters have got caught who were part of that gang of 3. However, the third person continues to be missing. And we do know on social media that claim was made that this was done at the behest of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang.
I mean, that is what is being said, that this is being done at the behest of Lawrence Bishnoi gang. That link is being very closely looked at by Mumbai police. We know for a fact that 2 shooters have been arrested so far, Gurmail and Dharamraj, and Shiv Kumar, the third shooter, is absconding. Both the arrested shooters have pinned the blame on Shiv Kumar, saying that he was the one who knew the mastermind. These 2 were merely following instruction. He was the leader of the pack, is what the other 2 shooters have said. So therefore, we'll have to look at what the police will reveal in the days to come. A third accused was also arrested yesterday, which is the man who put out that particular post, who has alleged connections with Lawrence Bishnoi gang. He seems to be the co-conspirator, somebody who enlisted the 2 shooters as well and also gave shelter to the shooters in Pune. This is what the police is saying. The fact that all these shooters conducted recce, were staying in a house next to where the incident happened. They were given rupees 50,000 each. They were given guns, all arms and ammunition. Shows, how well planned and well executed it was. So therefore, this does put a lot of question mark on the lawlessness, law and order situation in the city of Mumbai, and which is why the state government is being targeted by the opposition, because this is not the first time that Lawrence Bishnoi gang members are targeting prominent, high-profile people in the city of Mumbai. While Salman Khan was being issued threats in the form of letters, mails, notes, and of course that firing incident that happened, Baba Siddiqui, a very, very popular, a very respected and a high-profile politician from Bandra, being shot at in a crowded area, has definitely sent shockwaves. And, when you speak to people in Bandra, they just cannot believe that something like this could happen. anywhere in the middle of the city. Those are the reactions, we're getting from citizens of Mumbai, that, it's hard for people to believe that something, so sinister could happen in the middle of the city to somebody who is so important, who has security people around him. The fact that day before yesterday when the incident happened, he was surrounded by just one security guard. He usually has 3, and in the evenings too, 1 security guard. And he was also incapacitated by the attackers. It shows, how well planned this was. Therefore, Mumbai police under a lot of pressure, and investigations are underway. More arrests likely soon, but very importantly, police under a lot of pressure to investigate and find out who the big fish as far as this case is concerned and who the actual conspirator and mastermind is.
Absolutely. Radhika Ramaswamy there reporting on this big story coming out from Mumbai. Security increased outside Salman Khan's residence. And once again, let's just show you that video of the aftermath. This is after Baba Siddiqui had been shot dead. He was removed from here. But as Radhika was saying, one of the locals, one of the bystanders there also suffered a bullet injury to his leg. You can see the kind of chaotic scenes there. He had emerged from his son's office. He was going to participate in celebrations when these 3 people who were waiting in an auto actually came out and shot at him. And you can see one person also lying there who was injured on his leg, and it just shows the manner in which how this shooting took place, how it was planned. It was meant to have taken place. This is at least what the police claim, where the procession was and during the festivities, but there were too many people, so the shooters actually catching the 3-time MLA just as he was emerging from the office and going on to join those festivities. One of the bystanders also shot in his leg. We'll continue to track this story and all the updates. For the moment, slipping into a short break. Stay with us.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade.
How come you've agreed to speak after so long? I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Meera Radia as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Meera Radia.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade.
How come you've agreed to speak after so long? I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Neera Radia as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Neera Radia.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
She has spoken out for the first time in over a decade.
How come you've agreed to speak after so long?
I think he'd be happy that I took that decision to actually speak, and I think it's more of a homage.
As an ode to a man who changed the landscape of corporate India.
When this first thing was mentioned, that I want to make a one-lakh car, and we all looked at him in amazing, shock.
Hear from Neera Radia as she breaks her silence on an icon who touched millions of lives. Remembering Ratan Tata. Exclusive conversation with Neera Radia.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best.
Welcome back. India issued a sharp rebuttal to Canada, rejecting allegations of its High Commissioner and other diplomats being person of interest in a murder investigation, describing them as preposterous imputations. Ties between India and Canada have been tense ever since Justin Trudeau alleged India's involvement in the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Canadian Khalistani terrorist, in June 2023. India has repeatedly refuted these claims as absurd and motivated, accusing Trudeau's government of indulging in vote bank politics by pandering to pro-Khalistani elements within Canada, also asking for proof. Now, the diplomatic row took a sharp turn when Canada reportedly mentioned Indian High Commissioner Sanjay Kumar Verma as person of interest in its investigation into Nijjar's death. India hit back swiftly, accusing Canada of maligning its officials without evidence and using preposterous claims to justify its failure to curb Khalistani extremism on its soil. Earlier, we spoke to Vishnu Shom, who said it's the strongest language India has ever used against Canada.
This sort of language used by India in an official press release when directed against any other country is rare. We've seen references of this strength against Pakistan in the past, which is a terrorist state, but against Canada, which has been a friendly friendly partner in the past. It's almost unthinkable. I think it's safe to say that India-Canada relations at this juncture remain utterly shattered. Now, in their statement, which has now been released, New Delhi says, "We've received a diplomatic communication from Canada yesterday suggesting that the Indian High Commissioner and other diplomats are persons of interest in a matter related to an investigation with that country." Now, New Delhi has categorically rejected these assertions, calling them absolutely preposterous imputations which are ascribed to the political agenda of the Trudeau government that is centered around vote bank politics. New Delhi doesn't ever sort of get into the internal politics of any country, but in this particular case, they have said quite categorically that Trudeau's hostility to India, which goes back to approximately 2018, is associated with his with his politics, with how efforts have been made by his cabinet, which has included individuals who have openly associated with an extremist and separatist agenda regarding India. But Trudeau has been accused by New Delhi of playing to vote bank politics, under criticism for turning a blind eye to foreign interference in Canadian politics. His government has deliberately brought in India in an attempt to mitigate damage. The latest development targeting Indian diplomats is now the next step in that direction. The government of India pointing out that Ambassador Sanjay Kumar Verma is India's senior most serving diplomat. He's a diplomat with 36 odd years of experience. For him to have been named in this as a person of interest is ludicrous as far as New Delhi is concerned. I think the last statement in this very, very strong diplomatic statement by New Delhi sort of summarizes where India and Canada now are right now. India now reserves the right to take further steps in response to these latest efforts of the Canadian government to concoct allegations against Indian diplomats. Now, what are potential next steps that New Delhi can take? Is this leading to a situation where India asks the Canadian High Commissioner to leave our country? That would mean perhaps it's the ultimate sort of fall in relationships in the relationship between the two countries. I mean, two strong democracies at one level.
Let's now get to the latest on the West Asia conflict. And a Hezbollah drone attack killed 4 Israeli soldiers at an Israeli army base south of Haifa on Sunday night. In Lebanon, the health ministry says 51 people were killed by Israeli strikes across the country on Sunday. NDTV gets you this ground report from the Lebanon-Syria border as people are fleeing from Lebanon.
Right now, we are in the northernmost part of Lebanon. The city where I'm reporting from is called Tripoli. Don't confuse it with the Tripoli city of Libya, but this is Tripoli, the northernmost city of Lebanon. Just for the clarity, the attacks on Lebanon from Israeli side is happening on the southern suburb or the southern border of Lebanon, which is located near the northern side of Israel. This is the northern side of Lebanon, which shares its border with Syria. Behind me is the Syrian border. I'll ask my camera person to show you from here, from a distance, that you see these people from the northern side of Lebanon moving into Syria, and from here the road goes towards the city of Homs, the city of Damascus. It's almost like 150 kilometers from Lebanon. But why people are leaving the northern side of Lebanon despite this not being under attack? This is a Sunni dominated area of Lebanon. Uh, this has this is not considered as a stronghold of Hezbollah, but there is widespread support for Hamas. And earlier this month, Israel also carried out aerial strikes in this city of Tripoli, killing a key Hamas commander who was here in Tripoli meeting his operatives in the city, as per the Israeli media. You see there is quite calm over here because very few people are trying to get through, and you can see these people carrying their belongings, and you will see every minute a car is coming. People with their belongings are going towards Syria, to the areas which are controlled by Bashar al-Assad, or the forces of Syrian government. The situation overall in Lebanon still remains the same. On this side, you can see the Mediterranean, the calm Mediterranean. The entire city is located on the seashore of the Mediterranean Sea, the city of Tripoli. But while we were traveling from this area, I'll ask my camera person to move this side. While we were traveling here, we met a couple of people, not a couple of people, we met and spoke to a lot of people, and they're all very concerned with what is happening in the southern side of Lebanon, because the southern suburb of Lebanon has come under attack from the Israeli forces. Israeli forces have also been accused by the United Nations of attacking the peacekeeping forces of UNIFIL, which is located near the southern border of Lebanon. And IDF has also made a ground invasion. They have got inside Lebanon. But the northern side of Lebanon is very calm as of now, because there have been a couple of aerial strikes from Israel. Yet people are choosing to leave from here, and they are moving towards Syria. This city, a couple of years ago, like in 2021, 2022, also was a kind of recruitment center for ISIS or Daesh, as it is called here.